Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
All right. What's going on, gang? Bit of last-minute housekeeping here. Good afternoon. Ooh, it's a chilly one. Thanks for being here. My name's Alan Cox. Say hi to Bill Squire.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is in Midtown Manhattan,
What up?
where they broke their snow drought, I read.
It snowed here last week.
Did it?
Yeah.
I don't know what they were making a big deal about. They're like, New York broke a 700-day snow
No.
drought. I'm like, that
Maybe
can't
it's
be
like
right.
the amount of accumulation they have.
Is that what it is?
I have no idea.
It didn't accumulate last week, but it snowed for like a full day. And
Well, I
then
don't
it
know what
snowed
they were
again
talking
last
about
night.
then. They were making all kinds of. They said the I-95 corridor snow drought is over, which is not exactly good news if you live there, but whatever. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
He is warm and toasty in his own little room there.
I could be warmer. I could be toastier.
Well, fart.
Okay.
See,
Yes.
see if that does anything.
Yesterday, though, it was fine in here, but when I went to the bathroom exactly one time, and I kid you not, it was like 3 degrees in there. I don't understand. Because it was Martin Luther King Day, they just assumed no one was going to be in there, but
No, it's always freezing in the men's
But
room.
it was worse. Like, it's usually cold, but I could see my own breath in there when I walked in yesterday.
I'm just happy that at some point they fixed the hot water. Because you'd wash your hands
And you
and
get
the
blisters 'cause it's
the
so
water
cold.
would never get warmer. Well, they did something, and now there's hot water in there. So I don't mind that it's still 20 degrees in the men's room because when I'm washing my hands, you were washing your hands with ice cold water.
Ooh, child,
before.
the ghetto.
What's that?
I said, woo, child, the ghetto.
Well, listen, you get what you get, and you don't make a fuss. But it is nice to have warm water when you're washing your hands.
It's nice to have an in-suite bathroom. 2 steps out. It's actually warmer in the bathroom than it is.
You're talking about there at
in
work?
Here. I am.
Wait a second. You don't have a bathroom in the studio.
Not in
No,
the studio,
but
but
it's
it's
2 steps
in the-
outside.
That would be
Yeah.
the real flex.
You guys have to go out into the
Oh, yeah, we
peasant
don't have
world.
one in the suite. That's right.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
We have an en-suite.
Like Bill has at home.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah,
Very
through my
nice.
closet.
Through his closet.
A big
Very
old walk-in closet in there. And there's a bathroom.
You've
with
got a
a
walk-through
shower.
closet.
Yeah.
Well, so then why, we were having this conversation yesterday, why don't you lock the bathroom door? Like if Bill said he locks his bedroom door.
Because you can only get to the bathroom through the closet. Blocking the bathroom door is just going to do nothing. It's going to lock me out of the bathroom.
No. Instead of locking your bedroom door, if somebody came in, why wouldn't you run into your bathroom and lock yourself in the bathroom?
If someone... I think you're missing the point of this. It's not a logical reason I do it. It just makes me feel better.
Oh, well, pardon me for thinking that you were employing logic in your decision making.
No.
That was a compliment to you.
I appreciate that.
I trust that you're making decisions based on logic.
But then if I were to run into the closet, again, or the closet and the bathroom, they're still already in my room, and they're going to be between that, so I wouldn't even be able to get over there. So it
You'd
doesn't
be
matter.
pushing yourself further into
Yes.
bad territory.
Yes.
Let me ask you this: if that were to happen, since we're gaming out the hypotheticals here, if that were to happen, could you pretend to be a coat? Could you hide in the closet behind all of your clothes and then pretend to be a coat.
I could probably do that.
Yeah. And then they look and they go, "Welp, he's not in here.
He's not in here.
Just those two legs."
That is an interesting coat with legs, though.
Well, fashion takes all kinds of different forms these days. Fashion
But I also
is,
don't really
is an
keep-
amazing and fluid part of life.
That's my clothes closet. So all my coats are in the front closet. I
Could
don't
you
have
pretend to be
a clothes?
a shirt?
Clothes.
Could you disguise yourself as a clothes?
As a shirt and a pants all hung up together?
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think I would get away with it. I think I'm best off just trying to fight my way out.
Now, what kind of hangers are they? Are they wire? Are they plastic?
Mostly
Are they-
plastic. I
are
think
they
I
the
got a mix.
Non-slip felt kind? That's the kind I use.
I have some that are plastic and they have like a little like rubbery part on them
Mm-hmm.
that helps with the non-slip thing, but most of them are just plastic ones.
If somebody got far enough into your bedroom, do you think
Mm-hmm.
that you could hide? And let's take off the table you pretending to be pants. Let's say that wouldn't work. But do you think you could hide yourself enough so that if the person got in there, you could grab one of the hangers and then hook the curved part into their nose and start pulling them around the apartment that way?
Well,
That'd be
again,
a very
they're-
painful way to
they're
get attacked.
They're plastic, so it'd probably break off almost immediately.
I see.
So I don't think that would be the way that I go.
Do you think that you'd have enough time to be back there and perhaps sharpen that curved part into a point, like a punji
I
steak?
said, I have measures in place if someone breaks in.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to reveal what they are.
Nor should you.
But
I don't want to know about your Home Alone schematics
Right.
that you've got.
Also, my dog sleeps in my bedroom, so she's going to be screaming and barking and going crazy. If
Is she a
somebody
good guard
breaks in.
dog?
If someone comes in the house, she'll pop up and alert me for sure. Yeah.
Every dog has its own kind. Well, every pet really.
I don't know if she would attack somebody,
Yeah.
but she'd definitely be alert and be, But then I got to keep the dog safe because I don't want anything to happen to my dog.
Well, every dog has its own personality, right, so to speak. Some dogs go bananas when they see a dog on television. Other dogs, that doesn't register with them. Some dogs, they see themselves in a mirror. They go crazy. They think it's another dog.
My dog doesn't go crazy when she sees herself in the mirror anymore, but she will just go, "Arr," and I'm like, that's you. And she goes, oh, yeah.
Oh, my dog freaks out if there's thunder. Like we have to put the thunder shirt on her. She'll just vibrate around the house if there's thunder, or if she even catches a whiff of an oncoming storm. That's kind of how we can tell. We don't need a barometer. We just feel the dog. And if she's vibrating, first I'll get out my dress shoes and I'll buff them on her torso, and then I'll put those back. But and she'll also, anytime she hears like a doorbell or a door knock on television, she thinks it's our house. And so she'll go crazy and start barking.
So if somebody
But
knocks on my door.
I would frankly rather have that than a dog who thinks a dog on television is they're standing there barking at the TV.
My dog will do that from time to time.
I don't want
It's not
to.
all the time. And it also depends. It's not always a dog. I was watching the new Ted series on Peacock, and there was a few times when she saw Ted, and she's like, what the hell is that?
The teddy bear.
I don't blame her for that. I do that. It's actually kind
You
of
bark
creepy.
at your TV?
Well, I was going to say it's learned behavior at our house because every time I see a human on television, I go bananas. I think it's me. So I imagine that my dog. What?
And then Gwen's like, calm down. That's Rachel Maddow.
Right. That's not you.
Chill out.
I said it looks exactly like me. She's like, that's Chris Pine. I said, like I said, honey, looks exactly like me. I go,
I don't know about that, but I don't know about say Chris Pine.
Now you sound like my wife. Yeah, she went overboard for that Jeremy Allen White Calvin Klein. She's not usually prone, at least not in my presence, usually not prone to outwardly drooling like that. But boy, where he's lying across because he's in killer shape for that wrestling movie.
Yeah.
And he's white hot right now, right? He's recently single, just won a bunch of Emmys last night for The Bear. And he did this Calvin Klein ad where he's climbing up the side of a building, up a fire escape in his tidy whites, and then sprawls out in this
little couch chair.
Yeah, and boy, I mean, these ladies were moister than an oyster when this thing came out. And
not just the ladies.
The fact that The Bear won for, like, I think it's a great show and I enjoy it, but when they keep calling it a comedy, I'm like, man, that is it's a great show, but it is, the laughs can be few and far between.
I think comedy and television has become such a broad category that
Yeah.
now anybody that just, if there's a couple of jokes in it, A lot of that's strategic, too, the way they'll classify certain shows. But it's almost like they just take a rubber stamp and put, this is a dark comedy.
Yeah.
They go, in that there's a funny comment per episode, or...
I haven't seen The Bear, but I'm wondering if maybe you don't get the nuances and jokes because you've never worked in service industry. If they're like inside jokes to...
You're not talking to me.
I'm talking to Bill.
When did I not work in the service industry?
He was a dishwasher, Bob Evans.
Yeah, for like a minute, and also
he still had to say behind chef.
No, you don't.
I assume they call him Chef at Bob Evans.
Behind Chef at Bob
they go
Evans,
Bob
and
Chef.
there's no bartenders and things like that there.
But I've worked within the bar culture long enough and been
It's not
in
the
a lot
same.
of bar
It's
people.
food service. I think it's
Being-
kind of...
Being in,
But I get
like,
the nuance of it. And again, there's not even a bar in this show. It's just a kitchen. I get the culture and everything, and like I'm very aware of the culture, but it's like you haven't watched the show, so you haven't seen like
I was
there
just
are
asking.
funny parts.
Yeah, I don't think you would
there's-
consider it a comedy
Yeah,
either.
you'd watch and go, oh, it's the most stressful show I've
It's
watched.
very entertaining. It's a great
It's
show.
a great
very well
show.
written, very well acted.
The characters are great. There's growth. It's a fantastic show, but there's not a ton of jokes.
Yeah. Except the main character is a bear. No, I'm sorry, that's Ted.
Oh.
It's called Ted.
They should have switched them. Did you watch Ted?
I keep trying to get Gwen to come along with me to watch Ted, and she's like, the teddy bear? I'm like, so I have a feeling I'm going to be watching it by myself.
I really
haven't
enjoyed
started it.
Dana Gould was involved in it, and
Love
usually
him.
things he does, I'm a big fan of, and Ted is another case of that.
Yeah.
It's very
I like
funny.
the movies, and no Mark Wahlberg. That just makes it even better.
The kid that plays a young Mark Wahlberg is really funny, too.
Although the guy makes a mean hamburger. We finally stopped at Wahlburgers over the break. Pretty good. Pretty. All right, I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get me there. You can call live if you like. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The music we listen to all year long.
The anthems that were our soundtrack for 2023.
on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball, the Yo-Yo, Pong, the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
And I miss listening to all of you. Could I get a welcome back fart? Well, which flatulence would most likely kind of fit in with those Caribbean vibes? I don't know.
I mean, it's a wet climate. I would go with a wet fart.
A humid one? Let me see what I've got. That's pretty wet, right?
That's very wet.
A wet one. Well, all right, there you go. Well, congratulations and welcome back to Ohio. At least you got to go away for a bit, and fantastic. You know, Alan, if somebody breaks into Bill's apartment, he could just sit in the closet among a pile of stuffed animals like E.T. You ever thought about that?
They don't have to be human. If I had a bunch of dolls
stuffed
that look like
animals?
me, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a bunch of stuffed animals because my dog would rip them apart.
Mm-hmm.
She likes to kill stuffed
She
animals. She kills them.
Oh, yeah. Anytime we get our dog like a we got her a couple of stuffed animals. They have a squeaker in them. That comes out immediately because she tears it up.
Yep.
And then I'm chasing, over Christmas we got her a couple, and I'm chasing bits of cotton throughout the house that she's torn.
Yeah.
I'm like, that thing she'll be through that in about an hour.
I had one. It was like a big rhinoceros that I got my dog, and I was trying to teach her to not do that. And so she would just gum it, or not even, I mean, she's got teeth. So she would just she was pretty good with it for a while. Like she would kind of yank on a little bit. I go, and then she would stop. And that lasted a few months. And then one day I forgot to put it away after I left the house and I came home and just stuffing everywhere. And that was the end of the rhino. But it was real funny because it was the size of her. So she'd run around carrying it in her mouth, but then would trip over it and a lot of laughs. And then she also had a hard time getting it up onto the bed. So she would jump up, bring it next to the bed, jump up on the bed, and then drag it up from the floor.
I don't know if anybody else. What's another way to put that, Poundcake?
I love my dog.
That's right. I don't know if anybody has done this, so you might be first out of the gate, Bill. But what if you started a social media account about your dog? And then proceeded to monetize it.
It failed.
Oh, you did? You did?
I just never posted anything.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Because I just want to be in the moment with my dog. I don't want my dog to be a business.
No, but at some point you thought maybe something would happen there.
I thought about it, and listen, if I had posted regularly, she could have been something. But I just wanted to enjoy my dog
for your own personal gain.
Yeah, I did.
Well, how does he gain? The gain is when you monetize your dog and then make money off that until
my own personal happiness.
His own personal gain, his emotions and keeping him
Well,
happy.
everybody should be trying to get personal gain for their emotions.
You need to make money.
Mm-hmm.
I do make money.
Geico for your money.
End up some money. I did real good last year.
By the way, devotion to accuracy, and thank you. A handful of people pointed this out to me because I guess I was confused. that the Stanley Cups is not the same company that makes the tools.
Somebody else hit me up.
I
about
didn't
that.
realize
I
that.
didn't either.
That's why I thought the story was so wild. I go, here's a company
dummy.
that's, well, I don't know. I just thought, I was like, I'd never heard of a Stanley Cup company. I thought the hook of the story was this company that's been making like blue collar implements for 100 years. Next thing you know, they're making tumblers that, pumpkin spice latte moms are beating each other up over at the Target Starbucks for. So, okay, so different companies. I didn't realize that. That makes it far less interesting that it's not the Stanley Tool Company making those mugs, because that didn't seem to be so far off the map, I mean, a lot of those companies make like hard-working tumblers for your coffee, and they put it in the work truck and that kind of stuff.
I mean,
I thought that's what it was.
How many companies make things like construction equipment and also keyboards?
Yes.
Like they're out there.
Yeah. The Yamaha company.
Yeah.
Motorcycles and drums.
Right.
Okay. Mitsubishi used to make cars and televisions.
Mm-hmm. It's like, you're never going to believe this. We make both.
We make both.
I mean, Amazon makes everything now, so they make a version of everything.
I didn't know they made everything.
Well,
I
they
thought
don't.
just
That's the problem with it.
distribute
I
everything.
think the Achilles heel of Amazon is they don't tell you where stuff is coming from.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of scams on Amazon. There's a lot of fakes on Amazon. We've all gotten a package that took 2 weeks because clearly it was coming by boat from Zhangzhou, and you get it, and the mailing slip is all in Chinese characters. There's no indication of that when you order
But what
it.
makes it a scam, though?
No, I mean,
got the product.
That's not the scam. There are scams on Amazon. Like they tell people, oh, you can narrate audio books and make $5,000 a week. That's all like,
or you can.
They're all like Ponzi schemes on Amazon.
You'll order something and you're like, this price is too good to be true, and then it's just a miniature version of what you ordered.
The thing you want is just super small.
Yeah, because I don't know. The barriers to entry seem almost non-existent. I don't know what kind of gatekeeping there is. I just think you can set up an Amazon store and start selling stuff. Mm-hmm. You'll see those drop shipping apps on social media where they're selling them, but they don't hold them, and they don't. You'll start to see a lot of social media apps have started to make that clear when those ads come up. They're like, "Hey, look, here's what this is." Just so you don't get taken by some company.
I feel like that should be a show. Like all the stuff that Amazon rejects, and then there's just a warehouse full of stuff.
Well, that's my point. I don't know that they're rejecting anything. I mean, I think that anybody who's got something that they're trying to sell.
Also, that's what Shein is.
Oh.
Shein
Right.
and then Temu. That's all the stuff that Amazon rejected, and they're like, "Hey, here you go."
But at least
make
that's
clothes, though.
Yeah, well, that's the point. But at least those things are coming from China.
Mm-hmm.
And they're using tiny, tiny little hands to make those items.
And people have no shame wearing Shein clothes because they're like, oh my gosh, this outfit is fire. They're like, look at my New Year's Eve
It's also
outfit.
like $1.50.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You wear it once, you can't wash it because it'll fall apart. But if
is
you're
that
trying
true?
to,
I've never ordered off.
yeah,
yeah.
it's really, really.
That's why they
cheap.
took the world by
yeah.
storm, because everybody started ordering. Now, you do have to compartmentalize if people, order clothes from there. You do have to set aside your thoughts on global child labor. You go, look how this looks. This is amazing. Yeah, a lot of people buy stuff from Shein. And that Temu, geez, I've never got anything because it looks super shady, but
I downloaded
they're
the app
just,
the other
they're-
day.
Did you? They're just blanketing everything with ads. Every third thing that you click on now, they're like, oh, that's a Temu thing. And,
I downloaded the app because I was like, I kept getting served the Instagram ads for Temu. And the
they
thing
piqued
is
your
that
interest.
they're cute, though. Like, a lot of the outfits that they're putting together, I'm like, that's like a cute little outfit. And I downloaded the app, and like you said, it's not that it feels shady. I'm just like, you cannot be selling jeans for $3.
Yeah, this is a fur coat for $28.
There's no way. Something is wrong here.
Also,
Like,
the sizes are so wonky. I got screwed a couple of times over the past decade where I ordered something I thought looked awesome. But sizes overseas, I'm trying to think of how to say this sensitively. Sizes can differ greatly. You get an XL and it's like an American small. I'm like, okay, well, then that's not right.
I ordered, they came today, I ordered fleece-lined tights off of Amazon. And I didn't check where they were coming from or anything like that. But I ordered, because, when you order it'll say like based on your recent purchases, this size would work for you. So it suggested I order the large, extra large. So I was like, that's fine. Everything fits different. They're tights. And when, I pulled these things out. I'm like, these are for a baby doll. There's
That's what I'm saying.
way these fit anybody. But I put them on, and it's just, tights are weird too. Cody might understand this because I think
wears
he
a lot
might
of
be
tights.
the only. Well, he dressed in drag, so I don't know if you guys are familiar with tights. But these have like lining around the butt, so they're super small. But then the lining around the butt goes down to like your mid thigh, and I'm like, I have no idea what this is. But they were $8.
Those are
and they're
pants
warm.
for Gru.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like-
What? I was like, whose butt is shaped like
Maybe if you have a
this?
tail or something.
Yeah.
Do they have a?
So they fit or not?
They were a little snug, but they fit. I mean, I could get them on. I ordered them because I'm like, I'm so cold. You're just walking everywhere. So I'm like, I want to wear something either under my jeans or like double up with those and then leggings over
Get a
top or
Carhartt
something.
onesie and walk around in that.
Super
onesie?
comfy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like a canvas onesie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or overalls.
Yeah.
Well, like the coveralls.
Yeah.
I like
maybe.
to call them onesies.
Onesies snap at your crotch.
Well, I'm sure you could have them custom
One
made.
suit.
Yeah. I got $1,000. We're back on it today. Once an hour. A chance for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Listen closely. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, my friend, ordered what he thought was a full-sized video game. It ended up being 6 inches tall. And he was a little mad.
A full-size video game? I don't understand that.
I guess
probably
you have like an arcade game or something.
cabinet. Yeah.
See, I have a problem with the opposite. Brian's daughter burned her foot a couple summers ago, and so I had to buy like the plain orange dial that they use in like hospitals, you know, like just the antibacterial medical hand soap. And it was like $10, so I didn't think anything of it. And we ended up getting 3 giant gallon size of this medicinal hand soap. So now that's just what I have. That's what we've been using for over 2 years because you just can't go through it. It didn't say like pack of 3, and for $10, I didn't think it was going to be that much soap. So I'm like, oh my God, now I have all this soap.
Now, it does slightly sting when you use it, but these are the concessions you have to make. Make sure you use the Ching Chong soap, even though it'll burn your hands or whatever these things are called. You get them and you go, well, I guess I'll take a chance with this.
Yeah.
It's clearly not a domestic product.
Well, no, this one was.
I know, but I'm just saying, like,
in general.
Yeah, a lot of things you don't know where they're coming from.
Dude, and things are so expensive here. Did you guys know New York City was expensive?
New York?
Yeah.
So they're like 25 cents more than they would be here?
New York City. Can of peas is $3.
That sounds cheap.
For a can of vegetables?
I'm just telling you.
Cans of vegetables are like 85
He's like
cents.
a politician. He's completely disassociated
It's just out of
from
touch.
it.
He has no idea how much a
When
gallon
was the last
of
time you
milk
got a can of peas for 85 cents? Now who's out of touch?
Giant Eagle.
Yeah, what?
Dude, if you
a bag
buy,
of Doritos is $8. How is a can of peas 85 cents?
I'm telling you, if you buy just like a generic Giant Eagle brand can of vegetables, it's I do
Must
not
be
believe
supply and
it's
demand.
been-
There's probably a hell of a lot less demand for canned peas than Doritos.
Well, even it's because I was like, screw it. At this point, if it's $3, I'll just start ordering stuff off Amazon. And that's what I've been doing. I've been ordering like vegetables or anything where it's like, I like these Verona cookies. I call them my old man cookies. where
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
They're my favorite. They're like shortbread cookies with jelly in the middle. Very simple. Thumbprints, I think, is another name for them.
I need something like that because I've been up in my coffee game and I need like a little something to go with
like
my
not too
coffee in the
sweet.
morning. Yeah.
Apricot Veronas from
Yes!
Pepperidge Farm.
Yeah, the apricot raspberry ones. are
Cherry
my favorite.
thumbprint cookies. Verona strawberry. Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah,
It
they're
is
my-
Girl Scout cookie season too. Don't
My
forget.
old
Oh, I
man
did just order a
cookies.
bunch of Girl Scout cookies yesterday. So yeah.
From your niece?
I don't know who I got them
You don't know who you got them
from.
from?
My girlfriend said, "Hey, do you want these?" And I was like, "Yeah, give me all this stuff." So
Is it her kid?
No, because her kid's too old for Girl Scouts.
Okay. Bill, you're never too old for the Girl Scouts. I just joined.
Okay.
It's a brave new world. So you like your Verona cookies in your coffee.
No, order them off Amazon. They're
Looking out
cheaper.
into your garden in your new spot, your bay window.
You like that window?
Where are my Verona cookies, Martha?
Oh, I said apricot raspberry.
I've got my coffee here. Who ate all my Verona cookies?
I'd like to dunk it in my tea. Who made me green tea? I prefer Earl Grey.
Whose thumbprint is all over my thumbprint cookies?
I can see it in
Verona.
the jelly.
I do like
They're
an
my
orange
favorite, dude.
Milano every now and then, but I don't think I've ever had Verona cookies.
I love them. They're like
All
one
right.
of my favorite cookies.
Mhm.
Love them.
All right.
I'm trying to think of favorite cookies.
It might be the closest that Poundcake can get to actually tasting a city.
You know what I like? A simple cookie that's just fantastic.
Peanut butter.
Well, I like a peanut butter cookie, but I like a Lorna Doone.
Those are a little
I haven't had
too
that.
old lady for me. My grandma had Lorna Doones, and when I was a kid, I was just desperate for anything. Once I was out of the house, I was desperate for anything that had sugar in it. And Lorna Doones were okay, but that's a real grandma cookie.
It is a real grandma cookie, but
Yeah.
it's one of those, like, it's good with a black coffee or tea. Big fan of
See, I like an Oreo thin in the
that.
refrigerator.
Oreo thins are good.
I like Veronas. You know what I had the other day that I haven't had forever that my
Heroin.
dad used to have?
Oh.
Yeah, actually.
A reason
My
to
dad
live.
used to have it. That's how he got so fat. No, I think they're called pralines, the little sticks that come
Yeah.
in a tin.
No, Pixelines or
No,
that's a Steely Dan song.
praline is like caramel or something. What am I thinking of? They're like chocolate.
They look like
sticks.
straws, yeah.
Yeah, they look like straws. I think it's another Pepperidge Farm.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Those are good, though.
I thought they were
Pirouettes.
called. Is that what they're called?
Pepperidge Farm, Pyroline, Pirouettes. Yeah.
Pyroline, those
Wafer
those.
spirals.
Yes, it's like
They're
a wafer
wafer thin.
cookie with chocolate in it. And I'm like, man, dude, I'll eat Ooh, I'll eat.
All right.
Oh, New York City. Old New York City mouth over there.
Streets aren't the only thing that's dirty.
She got her dirty fingers all over my pirouettes.
Or we're going to have to pay the New York City fines, which are even more expensive.
Oh, no.
We will return to our regularly scheduled
And talking about
program
cookies, no
momentarily.
less. She's over here.
She's all frothed up over cookies, and she's like, give me some of those effing cookies right now.
I was going to say effing 50 of them.
God.
We expect to resume normal broadcasting
The
shortly.
next word was going to be 50.
Uh-huh. I'll eat 50 of those. 50. I'll eat 50 of those.
50 of those.
Yeah.
Ooh, my face is pink. Ooh.
Well, anywho.
Yeah, I get excited. Okay.
You know. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, hey, listen. What are you going to do?
You can't get me talking about Pepperidge Farm products,
No.
okay?
Crazy over here.
Looks like somebody's luck just came up. Shortbread. Cookie clams!
It's almost a cookie crime. Talking about them cursing. Almost cursing about them.
I stopped it.
Yeah, I know. Appreciate that. Over Pepperidge Farm pirouettes.
Well, they're
They
just
got me
so
all worked
good.
up, Martha.
It's
I was in here
the right
talking like a
amount-
sailor.
The right amount of crunch. It's
Right. What's the wrong amount of crunch?
No
If
crunch.
It's like pale.
No crunch is the
No
wrong
crunch,
amount of.
or too crunchy, like some things can be where it's like stale.
Stale was the word I wanted,
Yeah,
and
there
I
you
said
go.
pale.
Yeah, she doesn't know her words
I
today.
need a minute.
She knows some words.
Yeah, the 4-letter ones.
Yeah.
Ones I can't say. The FCC
Mm-hmm.
trying to regulate me.
Yeah. Right.
The FCC won't let Mary be.
Let me be me while I talk about cookies.
Alan Mary's right. Giant Eagle cans of sweet peas are 69 cents.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Nice.
They are cheap.
Wow.
A bag of
Well-
like the microwavable vegetables, like the bird's eye, you know?
Yeah.
Those are normally like $1, or they'll be like 5 for $5 on sale. And they're like, dude, they're $4.50 here. Where I'm like, that's it. I have to. I'm just gonna start ordering all my groceries from Amazon. Because did you guys know New York City's expensive?
It's very expensive there. I did hear about that. Yeah. You should have thought of that before you moved there, Mary.
Listen, I should have thought about a lot of things before I moved here.
And you did, and you still moved.
Way too late.
I've got to take a break. Want to send me a text? You can do it 35192. Listen on the iHeartRadio app. You can leave messages there if you like, and we'll be back.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling experience. And when you play with the Buzzard Bookie, you won't learn any of them. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can be a complete degenerate and listen all day, get an earful of MMS, and maybe a pocket full of cash. You can't lose with the Buzzard Bookie, only on 100.7 WMMS.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Floor Coverings International.
The Cavaliers have moved up to second place in the Central Division after they beat Chicago last night. Cleveland faces division leading Milwaukee. That's tomorrow. Tonight's college basketball schedule includes Akron entertaining Western Michigan in a MAC showdown, while Kent State visits Northern Illinois. And the 49ers will host Green Bay. That'll help kick off the NFL's divisional playoff round. DraftKings line favors San Francisco there by 10. I'm Scott Davidson.
Floor Coverings International earns star ratings for everything from their mobile showroom, local ownership and operation, to customer satisfaction. So go with the stars of flooring. Visit FCIFloors.com today.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's number
is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Tesla. They're on the Keeping It Real tour. It gets them to MGM Northfield Park the night before St. Patty's Day. It could be a big weekend for you. It's Saturday, March 16th. The tickets, the info, everything else is at Ticketmaster.com. If you're a Tesla fan, they're back at it. Car 10, these tickets are yours. 2 for Tesla in March. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Forget the Rock Hall. When does Poundcake go into the Country Hall of Fame?
My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Running fast and missing, I cannot help convincing reasons you gave me. You're all wearing thin. It's not meant to hurt you, but let me assure you, it's not what I said, but intentions you had. So when you hold on,
Little Sum 41 for you on the Buzzard over one of these guys going on their farewell tour. This is another one of those bands, right? I like Sum 41. I don't know why, because there's a million bands that sound exactly like them. But Sum 41 they worked in just enough Maiden riffs in the middle of everything else to really get me going. I did a national show with them in Salt Lake City about 20 years ago. And very nice guys. They have decided to go on their farewell tour. Derek Whibley, of course, has had his share of issues over the course of his career. He was married to Avril Lavigne. They're all Canadian, of course. Sum 41's the pride of Ajax, Ontario, which I think is suburban Toronto. He was married to her for a minute when they were both young and on the come up. And he practically drank himself to death. He was in the hospital for quite some time a few years back. And so they looked around and said, maybe it's time to call it a career. So Sum 41 is doing their Tour of the Setting Sun tour, and I'll have tickets for you to see them next week. They're going to be at the tail end of the Blossom season. I assume September 15th. They're pretty much ready to shut it down by that one.
So they go to the end of September, early October sometimes.
Do they?
Even, but I think
that is
late September is usually
getting to the end of the season. Yeah. Sum 41 and the Interrupters, who are also a phenomenal band. So that's going to be a good show. So all next week I will have Sum 41 tickets for you. I'll also have Rob Schneider tickets. He's doing MGM Northfield Park. I have invited him on this program. I haven't heard anything back. Monster Jam, Cavs tickets, a whole bunch of stuff. But that Sum 41 show is the one that jumped out at me. So that'll be next week here on the program. Hey, Haunted Joe.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Happy New Year's to y'all.
Happy New Year to you. How are you, Haunted Joe?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's been pretty good so far.
Okay, good.
Anyway, I'm congratulations to Mary. I mean, this is really great for her, and I wish her the best and everything like that, and hopefully everything is really great for you. But I was telling Poundcake that I finally figured out, after listening to you guys for 10 years, what we're actually listening to, and that is eavesdropping on your guys' conversations.
What did you think that it was?
I thought it's entertaining and everything, but the subject matters and everything like that. Like a couple months ago, before Christmas, you were talking about people losing their teeth and all that kind of stuff. And
we really do the hard-hitting stuff around here, Joe, is the point.
Well, you hit me. I mean, I had to have all my teeth yanked out and stuff like that. Some kind of hillbilly genetic thing.
Because they were haunted?
No, they it's a genetic thing from my family. I mean, I got a 4-year-old granddaughter that's had to have her baby teeth all pulled out and stuff. So that you guys talk about that and make fun of it and everything all you can, but that's what it is.
Well, but Joe, what's the? I mean, I make fun of a lot of things, so it's hard to pin down. But what's the genetic condition that means the teeth are all going to come out?
It's something about a calcium deficiency in my body.
I see.
Our teeth in my family, like I got a 35-year-old son that's going to get his yanked today.
Really? So it's like so the teeth end up being too soft?
Yeah, they're soft and they basically rot from the inside out. We've had
nobody wants to work anymore, even this dude's teeth.
Right.
Oh my! Well, I'm sitting here. I got one post in because the other one fell out because I have to have mounts put in to hold my lower plate in. And one of them fell out yesterday, and now I have to go to a dentist tomorrow and get that thing forced back in. And that gets that guy is.
And that gets very expensive. It's almost medieval what they have to do to people's mouths,
Oh, it was medieval when the guy pulled them all out. That guy,
Careful, you got to go see him tomorrow.
No, it's a different guy. I quit going to the first guy.
Okay.
He was a body harvester before he was a dentist.
You were lucky to get out of there with both of your kidneys, Joe.
I donated my body to science. We had talked about this before, when I said you can't be murdered, they won't take you or something because your evidence and all that stuff.
Okay.
But I never thought I would meet the person that did this. I was like scared, but oh my gosh, man, they were like, all the stuff they're doing to me, and they're telling me, don't throw up. Don't throw up. I go, blah, blah, you've got all this gunk in your mouth and you're swallowing it and it's getting in my beard.
Well, then, Joe, I mean, if it's a calcium deficiency, wouldn't that also affect your bones in general?
Yes.
So you have like low bone density then. You got the whole spectrum of trouble.
I'm 63, and I've been through quite a bit. I got the fake knee, both shoulders.
Wow.
No navel. I've been through all kinds of stuff.
No navel?
Yeah, they took that out a few years ago.
Wait a second.
Yeah, I'm like
now, Joe. I'm no physician. How did they remove your navel?
Well, I thought they were going to use an apple core, but
right.
I got pictures of it. It looks like it's something you'd put on a Ritz cracker and eat, But
okay. All right.
Okay.
Are you sure that you just hadn't? You're sure you just weren't a grown man who had never had his umbilical cord removed?
I had a deep innie, and something was wrong. I could stick my whole pinky in my navel.
He had an umbilicoplasty. He had to get in there and yank the whole thing out.
Oh God, man! And that was bad. And I had my middle son is like, he was like Hoss Cartwright back then, man. And I mean, he said, "Pick me up, Daddy," and I tore the mesh and everything in me.
Jesus, Joe, no wonder you're haunted. Holy cow!
Oh God, I mean, and the pain. Oh my God, I suffer so. No, I'm. But I mean, I was telling Poundcake that it's like listening to. That you're in a restaurant, sit behind a couple that are talking, a couple people talking, and they're loud. And I said, well, this is just like audio voyeurism.
Sure.
It's just like that's what you guys are, and it's a very entertaining show. And like I said, it keeps me going. I've been listening for over 10 years, and
well, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are great. I mean, I was telling you about my oldest son. He listens to you too. But he's not listening right now because he's getting all his teeth yanked. So.
Oh, God. All right. Well,
I know, but I mean, I feel guilty because my granddaughter's 4 years old and she had to go through this crap.
Well, you're supposed to have your baby teeth pulled. I mean, maybe she'll break the cycle. Maybe she'll be all right.
Do they have baby veneers?
Oh, that's it, man. Yeah, I hope. Well,
actually,
because my grandson is 5, and he's like his teeth are starting to, I mean, it's just one of them things, man.
These teeth they're like gummy bears. That's no good.
I'm like trying to talk around that post that's the one post that it's still got in my mouth right now. My tongue keeps catching it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, and that. But anyway, Happy New Year to you guys.
All right, you
Thanks
too,
for still
Joe.
being on the air.
Thank
and
you,
you guys
pal.
are a great show. And
thank you.
You guys have a good one.
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
This is On It,
Your
Joe.
fingers to the bone. What do you get? Bony fingers. Bony
Wow.
fingers.
Guess I didn't realize that a calcium deficiency could be genetic.
I think I've mentioned this before, but there was Poundcake brought up baby veneers or like children's veneers. There was a kid that like I grew up going to church with, and his mom gave him juice all the time, so his baby teeth rotted and fell out.
Yeah.
So they had to put something in there so he could learn to use teeth. So he had these metal teeth as a
Ugh.
baby.
Looked
as
like a Bond villain.
Yeah, as like a 3-year-old.
That's terrifying.
It was terrifying because you'd see this
That
kid
should be like
and he'd
child
start
neglect.
laughing or and smiling, and he's got these metal teeth, and you're like, oh man, this is where it begins. He's got an origin story already. He's gonna end up
Yeah.
being a Bond villain as a child.
But I think about, we were not the healthiest of kids. Like my brother was like overweight. I didn't have good eating habits. Like we just ate whatever was available. And we grew up on juice and everything too. So I just wonder how much juice you have to drink to rot your teeth.
Well, it's also a matter of like if this kid had a calcium
Maybe.
deficiency
Okay.
similar to this guy that just called in, that could have been.
Or if you're drinking nothing else,
Yeah, if
like
you're not
no
drinking
water.
anything
Right.
else,
And
you're not brushing your teeth.
I was
There's a
going to
lot
say
of
you're not
factors.
teaching your kid to brush.
I was going to
and-
say, okay, we did brush, but I kid you not, and this is not a joke, I don't think I had a glass of just pure water with no sugar, no sweetener or anything like that in it until maybe 12 or 13.
Why?
I don't
Why?
think I drank water.
I
'Cause
can't remember ever drinking water.
I
either.
don't drink water.
But it
as a
comes out
kid.
of pipes in your house.
I don't
Well, you
think I
don't
drank
drink
water
it.
as a kid.
But it's free. Why? You don't drink tap
Because I
water?
like a flavor.
No, we
I
had
wanted
pop.
Yeah, I wanted soda.
Pop or milk or
But
juice
but,
or.
but as poor as you were, Mary, I would think somebody in your house would have said, that stuff comes out for free. I mean, not free. You pay a
It's
water
easy
bill, but
to get soda. Like you could get soda from the dollar store for like 25. Back
you
then
can
it was
get
like 25
water
cents.
in your house,
But
is
we
my
never,
point.
Nobody liked water in my house.
Well, nobody
was
likes
drinking water.
Nobody likes water, but when you're kids, I don't understand.
It didn't taste good.
Of course it doesn't taste good, but it's good for you, and parents should be like, you got to drink water, dummy.
Well, my
But I
mother
don't
was
think our
asleep half
parents
the
were
time and
drinking it
working the
either.
other time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
You know, my mom would.
Ingenious, isn't it, Mr. Bunt?
Scorpio, you're totally mad.
I wouldn't point fingers, you jerk.
Sure, do you expect me to talk?
I don't expect anything from you except to die and be a very cheap funeral. You're gonna die now.
Oh, I love Albert Brooks. Hank
I
Scorpio.
don't expect anything from you jerk.
That's amazing. And you guys have mentioned that before. It's not new information, but it is amazing to me when people go, we didn't drink water. I'm like, it comes out of pipes in your house.
But it's not a matter of money because back then you could get a 2-liter of pop for $1.
Right, but the point is, how many of those are you going through?
A lot.
That's my point. You're going to spend more on that than you would on the water
But they
bill.
weren't.
But we didn't want water. It's
And-
not about money.
And also,
This was one of the only things that was not about money.
Yeah,
'Cause
okay.
Our parents
For
weren't
that,
drinking
yeah.
money. Drinking money. Our parents weren't drinking water either.
Okay.
They were also drinking pop. Or
That just
milk or
sounds,
juice.
that sounds, because you had 5 kids, yeah?
Yeah.
That just sounds expensive.
It's not though because stuff was so cheap then.
I get it, but it's like
like
Like,
that
we
was
would
part of their
go-
expenses. The
we
way they would
go
spend it. Yeah.
to like the Dairy Mart, which was right up the street.
Or a convenient mart, yep.
Yeah, or like a UDF, whatever, and we would get 2-liters of pop, like 3 pounds of chip chop ham, 2 loaves of bread, and that would be what we would eat for like all day on Saturday. Where it's like, hey, we're having sandwiches today, and like 2 bags of chips, and that's what 7 people would eat. But that was still under like $10.
Right, but here's my question, because kids that grow up drinking water in my family, my children, you only go, water sucks if you grew up drinking pop. So I know we joke about the Dr. Pepper and the baby bottle. We're kind of exaggerating, I hope.
No.
Not. Okay,
No,
so
I
the...
sent you guys a picture after my dad died when we were going through old photo albums and stuff of my mom holding my little sister with a bottle full of pop.
Yeah. See, that's where it comes from, though. If all you've ever had is pop, you're never going to get a kid to have water.
Right.
Like, I didn't have, the only time I ever had pop is like if I went to a friend's birthday party, because we didn't get it growing up in the house. And then, like my kids, we didn't give them pop. So, yeah, water sucks. That's why they're trying to come up with 4 billion different ways to get people to drink water. I was reading they now have non-alcoholic White Claw.
I saw that.
Which is, it's seltzer water.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh,
they're
it
still
is.
charging you like it's White Claw. But, I mean, it's a stupidity full circle
And
here.
people be like, I love this. This makes me feel included.
Non-alcoholic White Claw.
It's ridiculous.
I can drink with my friends and I don't feel left out.
It's
First of all, I
so
don't appreciate your
stupid.
tone. I don't appreciate your tone.
I'm glad.
Even a little bit.
I'm
Not
glad
even
you don't appreciate my tone.
a touch
I want
of
you to feel
appreciating
left
your
out.
tone.
I'm glad. I don't care. Yeah, 0% alcohol White Claw. And rightfully, people just roasting it online because they're still charging you like it's White Claw. But it's bubbly water that's
Here's the
$20
thing,
a
though.
pack.
Well, it's not $20 a pack, but soda water is not cheap. Look, like a 12-pack of LaCroix is like $8 or $9.
Yeah, this is $17.49 for a 12-pack of
Yeah, that's
of
ridiculous.
NA White Claw. That's water,
ridiculous.
right?
That's
Flavored
That's
water.
that is soda water, yes.
Yeah.
I have a joke. One of my favorite jokes about that is that I talk about White Claws. I'm like, it's just alcoholic soda water. If you've never heard of it, basically the food and beverage industry found out that women were chasing their Xanax with LaCroix, and they were like, we can do that. And it's just the opposite now. It's ridiculous.
It's just weird. It's just strange. But yeah, water is no fun. But if it's like all you had as a kid, I guess what I was trying to get my head around was it would seem that long term, no matter how cheap pop is, it would still end up being more expensive for a family of 7.
But they didn't want it.
They didn't want it.
I
And
get
also,
it.
they
I get
weren't
it.
thinking
Want it.
about. One of the reasons they were poor is because it's not like they didn't have a lot of money, but they didn't handle it well either. It wasn't a great idea for her dad to go to the casino and spend money there.
Well, that's
But
a
he
whole
did.
that's a whole other thing, though.
Hold on.
That's a whole other thing.
It was the horse track.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
And sometimes he won. Sometimes
correct.
the ponies
Well, the
came through
gambling
for him.
wasn't a fiscally responsible way to spend his money.
How would your, and this is obviously purely speculative, but it had to have come across in some kind of conversation. How would your family have fared had your dad not been a gambler? You said he had a good job, like he had a good factory job, right?
It's hard to say because I was a kid, so I don't really know. I don't think he was making a ton of money. I mean, he was the only one who worked.
But you guys could have definitely been afloat, like you could.
Yeah, definitely. We wouldn't have been behind on things.
Yeah.
Like, we were always talking about, we weren't talking about it, but I always heard my parents fighting about money. It was always about the gas is about to get shut off, or the electric would get cut off, or we're 4 months behind on our mortgage, or whatever it was. It was always that there wasn't enough money, and we were always on the brink of foreclosure, or we don't have gas until next week, or whatever it might be. Things were constantly getting shut off.
You guys are walking around in hoodies and blankets. And,
yeah, we wouldn't have been in that position, but
Right.
I don't think we would have been killing it. Because
Yeah.
it's still, even if he was, I don't think he
Still
was
a lot of
making much
kids,
more
yeah.
than maybe 40 or 50 grand. I don't even know if he was making that much. But let's say he was making $40,000. You still have to keep 7 people alive on $40,000.
Right. But
You know?
in better shape than if he had not gone. And
Yeah, 10,000% better
Right.
shape than if he wasn't a gambling addict.
I
Yeah.
just didn't know if the chasm was bigger than that, but it doesn't sound like it was.
No, I mean, we would have been poor either way,
Right.
but we wouldn't have been drowning,
Gotcha.
you know?
Well, anyway, that NA White Claw is out there for anybody who's interested. And again, just a reminder, water comes out of the faucet. For the uninitiated, there's a handle there, traditionally on the left. That one is hot. Sometimes it'll have an H, sometimes it will not. And the other side is cold.
And Poundcake, just to reiterate, How do you feel about the non-alcoholic White Claw and people drinking it?
I hope you feel left out.
I hope you feel left out.
Make me sweat. You a bitch. Make me harder.
Oh, God. He's trying to.
What?
He's covering his own song.
Make me harder. Make me sweat. Make me harder. Make me lose my breath. Make me water.
Make me water.
Think of that when you drink your non-alcoholic White Claw.
That's right.
Loser.
You want to get drunk, listen to this, boy, loser.
Drink a LaCroix. Why are you wasting money on that?
They want to feel included.
Have a lemon water.
It's the beverage of inclusiveness, Poundcake.
I don't know that this is going to take off like they want it to. I
don't
really
think
don't.
it is.
No.
Because as a sober person, I saw this and I was like, get out of here. You are out. You are 1,000% out of your mind.
Well, it's
Nobody's buying this.
It's just one of the things that they throw out there hoping people go, yeah, all right, fine.
Because there is a huge, like craft beer, there's a ton of non-alcoholic craft beer coming out, but that's not the same thing.
Yeah.
That's got
You can't,
actual flavor. Like
you can't get that in another option like you can a soda water.
I'm going to break here. I will have another $1,000 for you to win. Grand from the Buzzard Bookie. That next keyword is coming up around 3:30. I also, after the break, have passes for you to check out the new movie Argyle. If you've seen the trailer for that, looks pretty cool. Kind of a spy thing, action movie. So I'll hook you up with that. 35192 if you want to text for anything.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
tips or a few leads or a few identifications, then the cold case isn't so cold anymore.
Listen to Murder 101 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jason Flom, and you're Maggie Freeling.
Hey, Jason.
Every day we learn about another person who shouldn't be in prison.
58 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. So glad you're home.
If you want to be part of this work, listen to Wrongful Conviction.
The podcast where we hand the mic to innocent people to hear their stories.
How do you send someone innocent to prison when you know I didn't do this?
Listen to new episodes of Wrongful Conviction with Maggie Freeling and Jason Flom on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Giving stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see the new movie Argylle. Matthew Vaughn, great director, has got a lot of great movies under his belt. The Kick-Ass movies, the Kingsman movies. I think he did one of the X-Men films, too. You might have seen the trailer for Argylle. The cast is stacked. It's like an action spy thing. Henry Cavill and Bryan Cranston and Samuel L. Jackson. We are going to do a preview of it. A couple of passes for you. We're going to do it Tuesday, January the 30th. It's 2 weeks from tonight out at Cinemark Valley View, and then it will be in theaters everywhere that following Friday. So you'll see it ahead of time. Want to go see Argylle? You and a pal, call her 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If he sounds super excited to see you,
hey, what's up?
Remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
When are you gonna come down? When are you going to land? I should have stayed on the phone. I should have listened to my own mind. You know you can't hold me forever. I didn't sign up with you. I'm not a present for your friends to open. This boy's too young to be singing the blues. So goodbye, yellow brick road, where the dogs of society house.
Somebody make sure they play this at my funeral.
Well, it'd be easier if you died sooner.
Story of my life. So my mom would tell me on every one of my birthdays. Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road. What a great, great album. My mom was a huge Elton John fan, so heard a lot of Elton John in my house growing up. 1973. He was already 7 albums in by 1973. And Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road was a double album. And Elton John won at the Emmys last night, just doubling down on the fact that I don't know when award shows are on anymore, even though if you kind of have your ear to the ground, you hear people talking about award season. But we're sitting there watching, I don't know, we were watching the news last night maybe. I had just gotten home. And Gwen goes, she's on her phone, she goes, are the Emmys tonight? And I go, nah, that doesn't sound right. Of course, the Emmys were on last night. And Elton John had his farewell from Dodger Stadium, his last ever, asterisk, American concert. He went back to Dodger Stadium, and he won the Emmy for it, and so that made him the 19th EGOT winner. Do you know what the EGOT is?
Yeah, it's when you win an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony Award.
Right.
You gotta win them all.
All the 4 big awards. And Elton John got his Emmy. Before that, he was just a GOT winner. He was nominated for Best Variety Special. He beat Chris Rock's Netflix special. He beat the Oscars. That feels like double dipping when an award show gets nominated for an award.
Also, Oscars has not been good for a while. Like that's
well, the
they're getting
Tonys were nominated
Come on.
too. 2 award shows were getting nominated. That tells me there's a dearth of other quality programming to get nominated in that category. And the Super Bowl halftime show. Sounds like Chris Rock was really his only competition in this category. He won 2 Oscars for when he did the music from The Lion King. He won a Tony for a score that he did in 2000, and he's a 5-time Grammy winner.
Who's doing the halftime show this year?
Usher.
Ursher.
Is it Ursher?
Yeah.
I thought so, right?
Yeah.
Yep, like you guys said, it wouldn't be, and I told you it
I
would.
didn't say that.
Bill and Alan did.
Did we?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Well,
I just wanted to fight you.
You guys should just fight.
We can duke it out.
We're not going to fight.
Square up.
Throw hands.
Square up.
State your set, cuz.
Prospect.
Put your hair in a little ponytail. Let's go.
Nah, I'm chopping it off. I'm tired of it. But Elton John becomes the 19th EGOT winner. Viola Davis is an EGOT winner. I'm not real good at math, but he becomes the 19th, which means there were 18 prior. Is that right?
John Legend, I think is one.
Yeah, he is. John Legend. I thought he was the youngest one, but some dude won a couple years ago. Primarily a theater guy who was 39 when he became an EGOT winner. But
Isn't Kobe Bryant won somehow?
Mel Brooks, Mike Nichols, Whoopi Goldberg. I'm trying to see names you guys would know. John Legend. Jennifer Hudson. You're right. Viola Davis. Elton John.
I think Kobe got close, though, because he got an Oscar and he got, I believe, an Emmy.
It's only 2.
Well, there are.
And maybe a Grammy for producing on something.
There are non-competitive EGOT winners. These are people who got honorary awards. So like Barbra Streisand, Liza Minnelli, Harry Belafonte. You know where they'll give them like a Lifetime Achievement Award?
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't win by getting nominated. But yeah, Elton John. So I didn't even dip my face into the Emmys. But as award shows go recently, people are like, it was okay. It wasn't bad. I mean, some shows cleaned up. Succession, which is a show I love, cleaned up. The Bear, Beef, which I didn't watch, but a lot of people said was really good. You know, Ali Wong's dating Bill Hader?
Yeah, I saw that at the
they were making out at this thing, and I didn't realize that. So that was his balance, because poor Bill Hader got friggin' shut out. How this guy did not win anything for Barry, I don't understand. But he's recently getting to put it inside Ali Wong, so that's good. Better Call Saul. These poor sons of bitches, I don't get it.
Wait, is she doing mean stand-up about him yet?
I don't know, because they're not married.
I mean, but that sometimes you don't have to be married to write mean jokes about your significant other.
Better Call Saul was on for 6 seasons. They went 0-53 for Emmy nominations. They didn't win anything in 6 seasons. And everybody's like, this is one of the greatest shows of all time. Mm-hmm. At the very least, one of the greatest spin-offs of all time. Better Call Saul was a fantastic show. 6 seasons, 53 Emmy nominations, not one single win. Anthony Anderson was the host. And people were laughing about the fact that he said that he had brought his mother. And that's how they were going to cut people's speeches off. Is his mom, rather than doing that playoff music, his mom was just going to hold up a sign that says, wrap it up. And I guess she did it. People were like, oh, I thought they were joking. Like, no, she would hold up a sign.
Normally on award shows, we do what's called playoff music, which everyone tends to ignore. This year, I've got something that nobody can ignore. My mama. Tonight, my mama, she is going to be the Emmys playoff mama. Now, when you see my mama coming, just thank Jesus and your family and wrap it up. And I don't want nobody to get disrespectful with my mama, because my mama is from the west side of Chicago and she can throw them hands.
Shut up. That's enough.
Mama. All right, you're supposed to be yelling at the other people, not at me, not in the middle of the monologue.
The time's up, baby. Cut to the chase.
All right. See what I mean?
We need to get Poundcake's mom to do that for him here on the show. I'm going to record a series of things for your mom, with your mom, rather. I got to set this up. Anthony Anderson has given me a fantastic idea.
I love the drop of her doing her Poundcake impression. It's one of my favorites.
I don't know what you're talking about.
His mom?
Yeah, when she's like, nobody wants to see their cup, or whatever it was.
We'll get the tickets.
Oh, yeah. Do I still have that?
Nope.
Nope.
Mom, nobody wants to see that cup. We'll get the tickets.
Pretty good.
Shut up, Poundcake.
Can't rely on my infant daughter to reprimand you anymore. So, apparently they got a lot of mileage out of her holding up that sign. She cut Jennifer Coolidge off. Kieran Culkin, if you know who he is, he's Macaulay Culkin's brother. And I think he was one of the other kids in Home Alone. He was a little kid with the glasses. Kieran Culkin.
Fuller.
Is that his name? Fuller.
Where it's like, if he has soda, he'll wet the bed.
There you go.
I don't want to sleep with Fuller.
Right. Well, he's on that show Succession, and he won Best Actor in a Drama. What jumped out at me was he was thanking his wife, and he was getting choked up. It was very exciting for him. What jumped out at me is when he shouted out his kids. Because I couldn't tell what the names were. You tell me if you...
And, of course, my beautiful wife, Jazz. Thank you for sharing your life with me and for giving me two amazing kids, Zissou and Wilder Wolf. I love you so many and so much. And Jazz...
Zissou and Wilder Wolf?
I heard Zissou. Zissou. Wilder Wolf.
It's like the Lion King.
Right.
Zissou and Wilder Wolf. I love you for giving me two amazing kids, Zissou and Wilder Wolf.
Zissou?
Zissou.
No, I heard Zoo.
No, Zissou.
Play it again. What is this, like...
Give me two
Yanny,
amazing
Laurel?
kids, Zissou and Wilder Wolf.
Zissou.
You hear Zissou.
Yeah, I hear Zissou.
Boy, I hear Zoo.
Everyone hears Zissou.
I hear
except
Laurel,
you.
you hear Yanny.
Mm-hmm.
Kids, Zissou and Wilder Wolf.
How am I hearing Zoo and you're hearing Z?
'Cause you're wrong. It's Zissou.
That's his kid's name,
That's
Zissou
what it
Culkin?
sounds like.
That's what
I
I
have no
hear.
idea.
Amazing kids, Zissou and Wilder Wolf. I love you so many and so much.
Anyway,
So many and
Zissou
so much.
and Wilder Wolf. Named, of course, after my uncle. Wilder Wolf.
Zissou
Wildest
is...
wolf.
Oh, that's her nickname. Her name is Kinsey Sue. Sioux, and they call her Zissou.
Oh, like Susie and the Banshees.
Zissou. And
Oh, they
Wilder
call her
Wolf.
Sisu. Sisu. Okay, so you were right. Wow. Wilder Wolf.
That's his name.
I
He's
love
two.
it. We shall call you like they wrote out a bunch of names on slips and stuck their hand into a hat and pulled them out. Wilder Wolf Culkin. All right, well, congratulations to them and all the winners. But Bill Hader getting shut out. His consolation prize being Ali Wong.
You got any nicknames for your kids? Like my middle kid, I call her Wampus.
Nothing like that. Nope.
Why do you call her Wampus?
She's Valley Wampus. That's why. It just happened. And she's been there.
Yeah, nicknames just come out of nowhere,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
okay.
But usually they might come from somewhere.
Sometimes. I mean, like Jay is just Jay. Like we just,
See, ours are all like, so my brother's named after my dad. So my dad was Tony, and it was either Big Tony and Little Tony, or for a while they just called my brother Bubba. And so it was, my dad was Tony, and then my brother was Bubba.
Because his name's Tony too?
Yeah.
Is
So,
he Tony
like,
Jr.?
Or
Or just Tony?
I think he's a junior. Anthony Santora Jr., yeah. And then,
That's a good name, though.
yeah.
Hey, I'm Anthony Santora.
Anthony Jr.
Hey, let's go get a slice.
God, I love pizza.
My daughter lives in New York now. She played a hard-bitten attorney in a play or a movie or something.
I was an agent.
She played an agent.
And then I got COVID and I got cut from the movie.
And then
So
she
bringing
got
it up.
COVID. She was part of the pandemic. Yeah, all right. Hey, there's some money. It's $1,000 for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I mentioned earlier that Sum 41 is stopping off in Cleveland on their farewell tour, and I'll have tickets for you next week.
why not all of them?
I missed it. Why not all of them?
Some
Some
of them.
Well, I didn't say
41.
some of them. I said Sum 41 is
Yeah,
coming.
Sum
What you
41.
Why
said.
not all
Just-
of them? Okay,
just
yep.
Make it just.
It's okay. I just
gotta
like
go.
I
We just
like
have
to
to
be
leave.
I like to be part of it. Janet Jackson.
Not some of it.
Hey, not SUM of it. Janet Jackson is coming back to Cleveland. Somebody told me that she keeps canceling her shows every time she's booked here. And hopefully this one will happen. Now, she hasn't really looked like old school Janet Jackson in a while. She's keeping it tight, especially in the face. But it's Janet Jackson and Nelly.
I'd see that.
I would too.
I would go see that. I would be an opener for that. I'd go see Nelly, and I don't know very much Janet
Really?
Jackson.
Black
Yeah.
Cat, all that Rhythm Nation stuff? Great.
Not really.
Oh, that's my era of Janet, is early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. What have you done for me lately? We are a
I'd
part
go
of
see
the Rhythm
Nelly.
Nation. I saw Nelly in the Bahamas. And Nelly's a guy where you forget how many hits he has.
Dude, so many.
Tons.
I love Nelly.
So, Janet Jackson, June 25th at the Romo Fijo. Those tickets will go on sale this Friday morning. I probably won't have those to give away. But Janet Jackson, that's not bad. She's pretty foxy.
You go to that, Cody?
Probably not.
Really? You're not into
Really?
Janet?
I know All For You. That's the only song I know by heart.
Yeah.
All the guys at the party, shaking that
Oh, I know that one.
You know
yeah.
Nasty. Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
You know Rhythm
You
Nation.
know Nasty and Rhythm Nation.
I know Rhythm Nation, but not
You know
by
Black Cat.
heart. No, I don't.
Huh. What about Let's Wait a While, the virginity
she's
song?
older than Cody and I.
All For You. I grew up.
She's
in the
older
era-
than me. I'm just saying, like, these songs
I
have
mean,
been
like-
around
I
a
saw
long
her
time.
I saw her at the Super Bowl, and that was like the last time I really listened to Janet Jackson.
Huh. What about Control?
No, I know this. This is Rhythm Nation.
Rhythm Nation.
And then All For You. Those are only two songs I know or care about.
Wow. So you won't go.
No, I don't care that much.
What about Escapade? Escapade.
No.
Yeah, this one I know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this was like her hottest, I think.
This was on one of the Now That's What I Call Music compilations that
That's how you guys know pop music.
Yeah.
If somebody else had to call it music for you to go, oh, now I recognize this as music.
Now that's music.
Now that's music.
That's what I
No,
call music
I just
anyway.
remember her music video popping up, and it was very colorful, and it was very
So this was
pink
2001.
Yeah,
That's
that
as far
tracks.
back as you guys go with Janet?
Yeah.
That's
Because
Wow.
I think in 2001, I was 11, so Cody was 8.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, you were 11? How are you 40 now?
I know, right? Dude, every day someone tells me how bad I look.
Really?
Every day.
Why?
Very looking
I
rough.
don't know. Every single day, either in the YouTube chat or on my Instagram, someone is like, "Dude, New York is not doing you well."
Well,
You
but
look
you're not.
tired. You
But
look
you're
rough."
not gussying yourself up. I mean,
No, I
you
mean,
look fine.
I put on some makeup today because
Yeah.
I'm going to a couple shows tonight, but
I'm
it
also
hurt a little when you said I look 40.
blown away by people that are just now finding out that we have a YouTube live stream when we mention it most every day for 6-7 years.
Well, this is what repetition is what wins the day, man. You know, I mean, you got to
If
really
you didn't
hammer it
know
into
that, we YouTube live stream every day.
You got to really hammer it into people's heads.
AlanCoxShow.com. It'll take you right there.
Yeah. I wonder if Janet Jackson, she got to make sure that the road crew puts the painter's tape on the back of course, she got the wireless, doesn't she? She's got that headset. Old school Janet Jackson headset. But the mic stand, you got to make sure you remember where you are. Madonna tripped up on this. Did you see the Madonna clip when she was in
fell?
Toronto? I think this was last night.
Are you ready, Boston? Are you ready to launch?
Are you ready, Boston? They're like, boo. There's a lot of high-pitched boos, though, because it was a Madonna show. So it wasn't as angry as it might have been somewhere else. Are you ready, Boston? This isn't Boston. Are you ready?
Who are you talking to?
Where was she?
She was in Toronto.
Whoopsie.
Whoopsie.
Like that's a big whoopsie. You're not in the same country.
Right. It's not like she was
yeah,
like,
they go through
hey,
customs,
what's up,
lady."
Miami? And yeah. Madonna doesn't have to do anything she doesn't want to do, Bill. She doesn't have to go through customs.
I think they make you go.
You think
some
so?
version of it.
They're like, do you have anything to declare? And she goes, look at my
Don't
face.
go to Toronto.
There. You want it? That's a mistake you don't want to make. Hey, what's up, Pensacola? They're like, this is Houston.
What's that from? I think in Snatch when he goes, do you have anything to declare? Don't go to England.
Dennis Farina.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of Matthew Vaughn, he did Snatch, I think. Yeah,
No,
don't go to
no,
England.
That was Snatch was
Guy Ritchie.
Guy Ritchie.
But he
yeah.
produced it. Like
Guy Ritchie's got a new show on Netflix called The Gentleman that I'm excited to check out.
But that's just like spun off of the movie, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But why not?
There's a lot of good figure-em-out TV shows, Mary.
Oh.
I know you feel like TV's a waste of time. I'm kind of with you in that boat. But there are some good figure-em-out TV shows.
Not a waste if you had a good time.
No.
There's a new figure-em-out book by one of my favorite authors that just came out.
It was the wife. No, it was the husband.
Probably. No, this one there's no wife or husband.
They're both
boyfriend.
dead.
Maybe
They're both
well,
dead,
it's
smart
about-
guy.
It's about a woman who applies to go on like a dating show that's on an island.
Oh, it's the match.
And you think it's like, oh, this is just like your run-of-the-mill dating show, like The Bachelor or whatever. But it's a deadly game.
As the host.
Someone else has bigger plans.
Is it called The Deadly Game?
No,
Is it
what's
called
it
Murder
called?
Island?
No.
It's called MILF Island.
No. You want to keep guessing?
Is it called Figure 'em Out Cove?
No,
Is it called Murder Bay?
B-A-E.
B-A-E.
Find her Instagram. No, but that's a good one. Her name's Ruth Ware. She's a British.
Oh, I know that name.
writer.
Is it Where's the Murderer?
No.
Somebody murdered my dirter?
No, keep trying.
Where's the Murderer of my dirter?
One Perfect Couple.
Oh, my God.
When Lila signs up for a new reality TV show, One Perfect Couple, she's expecting sun, sand, sea, and a bit of competitive flirting.
Oh.
What she gets is much, much more deadly. As fresh water runs low and tensions rise, Lila realizes someone is playing a game for real, and the stakes are life and death. Are you a survivor or a traitor? One Perfect Couple by Ruth Ware.
She did it in A Dark, Dark Wood, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Gwen
That's a good one.
read that.
I've read all of her books.
Ruth Ware.
Her last one was not very good. It's called 0 Days. It was fine. It just wasn't. It wasn't one of her best.
And she's British?
She's British.
Hello, I'm British. She sound like that?
Mm-hmm. I've never heard her. I've only ever read her
Good
books,
mystery,
but-
isn't it?
Hello, I'm Ruth Ware.
I'm Ruth
Here's
Ware.
me book called 0 Days,
I
isn't
write
it?
I write about London.
Jolly old London town. We grew up eating crisps at the corner shop. And now I write books that sell. All right, well, there you go. Congratulations. I got myself back into, I'm halfway through about half a dozen books. I'm like, just settle on one and then go from there. But I can't. I keep trying to change it up. I'm kind of trying to keep my brain mossy. I'm reading Sicker in the Head.
Oh, that's good. I have that one.
Yeah.
I don't read that one in order though. Like whatever.
You didn't
I'm
read the first
feeling-
one first?
No, I read the first one, but I'm saying like I'll go to the table of contents and be like, who do I want to read an interview with today?
Oh,
like
yeah.
I don't read it front to back.
I do it front. Well, I read them back to front.
Oh,
It's like I
maybe you
wipe.
do. There you go. You're gonna get a UTI.
No, because I drink a lot of cranberry juice, Mary.
You can't wipe back to front. That's how you get a UTI.
Boy. All right. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. The aforementioned live stream is right there.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text? Do it there. AlanCoxShow.com. Mentioned it before, and it bears repeating. That is a live stream. It's not a time-delayed stream. Maybe by a couple of seconds. But,
I mean, you can make it time delayed if you want. Like, you can back time it because you can scroll all the way through to the very beginning if you wanted to. Catch everything that you missed.
It's exciting. On
and then
demand.
I also post a playlist of the show with all the commercial breaks, so you can watch it all the way through each segment without the commercial break like on the live stream.
Now, of course, when Bill says he does that, he means Lucy Wigg, who's helping out today.
No, she just sets it up.
Oh, that's a she.
Yeah.
It's not a guy?
You know a guy named Lucy?
I don't know. I didn't know a kid named Wilderwolf until about 15 minutes ago either.
Wilder Wolf.
Whatever. Zusu and Wilderwolf. So I want to say hi to my kids. You can, what they always say at award shows, go to bed now, kids. Staying up and watching Daddy. Daddy did it. Love you, Zusu and Wilderwolf. He wants his wife to have, the rest of that clip was, he said that he wants more kids and that his wife said that maybe if he wins an Emmy, maybe they can have more kids. Imagine that conversation. Honey, I think I'd like to add to our family. All right, better win an Emmy.
And then you get to leave it in.
Then your quote goes up. Theoretically, your quote goes up. Cavaliers win last night over the Bulls. 109-91 was the final. It was pretty close for a while. It was real close. And then the Cavs pulled way ahead towards the end. So good game all the way around. The Cavs are reportedly kicking the tires on, what's his name, over at the Nets. Royce O'Neal.
Okay.
See if maybe he wants to get in there.
Okay.
Because I think they've said for the time being they're going to sit on Donovan Mitchell. Like they're not going to deal him anywhere. And so they're looking at, well, who could we get that might really complement him?
Yeah.
And if you know anything, Royce O'Neal with the Brooklyn Nets, never shy with a compliment. He'll tell you if your tie looks great, if you've got a particularly good knot going on in your cravat, whether it's a Windsor or a four-in-hand or whatever it is, he'll tell you. So that's what they're looking for over at the Cavaliers. Cavs will play tomorrow night at the Romo Fijo. Who are they playing tomorrow night?
The Bucks.
The Bucks of
The
Milwaukee. There you go. I think we gave away some tickets for that. That's a 7:30 start at the Romo Fijo tomorrow night. Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks tomorrow night. Somebody sent me the story that they said, hey, this is something. I don't know that it is, at least not locally. That two of the best zoos in the United States are in Ohio. Columbus and Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew that.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Because I remember, I don't know why this is my label of the best, but it was on Maury. They gave away trips to the, I can't remember if it was the Columbus Zoo or Cincinnati Zoo. I want to say it was
Columbus
Cincinnati
is
Zoo.
because of Jack
Hanna. He really put them
and
on
then
the map.
Harambe because it's Cincinnati. So.
Oh, well, then it was Jack Hanna.
Harambe, right.
Remember
I was forgetting about her.
Harambe?
Well, we the first time we went to the Cincinnati Zoo was when we went down to Louisville. We stopped off to go to the Cincinnati Zoo because my daughter wanted to see Fiona. They had this world-famous hippo there.
She was a baby hippo.
Is that what it was?
She was born, I think she was like the first baby hippo born in captivity.
In captivity, okay.
I very, very well could be making that up.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I had never gone there before, and I don't know how they judge zoos. I mean, to my mind, a zoo is a zoo unless it's like a really bad zoo. So I don't know what they mean by like, it's a great zoo. To me, there's zoos and really bad zoos. But the Cincinnati Zoo was pretty legit. We had a good time. But that Fiona, the world famous hippo, my daughter was all about it.
Yeah,
they have like a meerkat pen there where you can watch them running around. And
is Jack Hanna from Ohio?
No, I thought he was from the West Coast or something. But he's got Alzheimer's now. He retired a few years back. But, he did all those talk shows.
Yeah,
so every time he was on TV, he'd talk about the Columbus Zoo.
You're like, you guys got a six-person trip to the Columbus Zoo with Jack Hanna. And then that's the trip that they would give away. So I knew about that for a long time.
They were giving away trips to the Columbus Zoo?
Yeah, because they would always have Jack Hanna on, and he would, like, have, I don't know, an anaconda or a scorpion or something.
On Maury Povich?
Yes.
Was this before, when he was still doing a straight talk show? Or he wasn't doing You're Not the Father with Jack Hanna?
No, he wasn't. Not every show was a paternity show. Those were only certain shows.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I thought
did
it was all that.
No, he did other conversations, like other show topics. Like that's, he had like Bad Baby, not Dr. Phil, but I'm saying he had Bad Baby like people before, Dr. Phil did.
Other people asking to cash them outside?
Because it was always like bad kids, like, my daughter just can't stop smoking weed, and she's having sex with guys in the bleachers and stuff. And so they would bring in like a behavioral therapist or whatever. So Maury,
I don't think I ever saw the most I ever saw Maury regularly was in Chicago. I'd get off the air at 10, and my co-host and I would go back to the office, and we'd sit there and we'd kind of do a post-mortem and just kind of decompress, and we'd have Maury on in our office, and it was always paternity tests. So I thought that's all that show was.
It's not every show.
It was like, that's what was all
He
the
actually
drama.
He actually did a Star Search episode where JoJo was on it. Like kids, the world's most talented kids, and he would bring on these kids, and they would like sing, and he would turn his set into a stage.
I don't ever remember that. I know at the very beginning of the Maury show, he was trying to do like a straight ahead show, and they were like, homie, nobody's watching this. And so they went just full-on sensationalism, and that's what blew him up.
Well, maybe it was before full-on sensationalism, because he had JoJo, a contestant, a young singer, and then it turned out to be JoJo. So he had like...
Wait, JoJo turned out to be JoJo?
Mm-hmm.
What are the odds, man? What are the odds?
The girl singer was singing, and she was like, oh, yeah, I want to be a star when I grow up, and it turned out to be JoJo.
Who JoJo was? JoJo was JoJo.
I love JoJo.
JoJo Siwa?
No.
JoJo. Leave. Get out.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah,
The
just
end of you and me.
yeah, just JoJo.
She was a mermaid. In
Aquamarine.
That movie. Aquamarine. That was it. Yeah.
Man, that was one of my daughter's favorite movies.
Is that where there's a mermaid or whatever?
Turned into a mermaid on like her 16th birthday or 13th birthday or something like that.
And they put her in the water tower.
Yeah. Yeah. She needed somewhere to live.
Jack Hanna went to Muskingum College in Ohio?
Muskingum.
Muskingum?
Muskingum.
I'm sorry?
Muskingum.
Muskingum College.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where Jack Hanna went.
Although I do like muskingum.
I don't know. I never heard of it before.
Muskingum.
Muskingum?
Muskingum.
Muskingum.
Kind of like Menor, where you don't really pronounce all of it. Muskingum.
Gotcha. Okay.
Muskingum.
I don't know. I never heard of it before.
Old musky gum.
Alan, I went to a really bad zoo once. They only had one small dog. It was a Shih Tzu. I don't listen. We went to this thing on the way back.
So stupid.
We went to this thing on the way back from Florida one year. We stopped off in Charlotte, and we went to this thing called Zoo-tastic, where it's like a guy in the middle of nowhere. We stopped off in Troutman, North Carolina, suburban Charlotte, I think. And there we were kind of looking for something to do. We stopped off. Our daughter this is one of the first times we went, so she was probably 2.5. And we stopped off because it was an outdoor zoo sounds stupid. It wasn't like a legit zoo. It was just a guy who had a lot of animals in cages on his property.
I love that.
So he's like, oh, we've got lemurs and all these exotic animals. But you got there and you're like, this feels borderline illegal. Like they have a website and you don't need cash to get in. I mean, but I was
It
like.
was literally Tiger King situation.
Kind of. I mean, none of the animals looked
private zoos,
or bummed out, but I was like, something about this feels real weird. This guy has to have like the cops out here every other weekend.
One of my
Because there were like peacocks running around just all over the place, but then he had like these makeshift cages with animals that looked like they could easily escape if they wanted to. Like he'd have giant tigers, and so it was cool. It had giraffes and, but I was like, this feels really janky here.
One of my favorite stand-up bits of all time is Nate
Is it about
Bargatze.
Muskingum College?
No, Nate Bargatze does a bit about going to the Cape Fear Serpentarium, and it's just a guy's house who has like a bunch of exotic snakes.
That's what I mean. Like, do these people have to have any kind of license? Or
Well, that's the whole. But it's so fun, and it's Nate Bargatze's like dry delivery because he's like talking about being on the road, and he's like, "Yeah, of course I'm gonna stop off and see this. Like, are you out of your mind?" But yeah, like crazy places like that where you're just like, "There's no way that this is legal. There's no way. You can't just have a giraffe."
Right.
Michael Jackson had a giraffe.
Who?
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson had a lot of things.
He had a
That's your paragon of legitimacy is Michael Jackson?
I'm just saying you can have one if you have enough money. You can. He had a damn zoo in his. This wasn't Neverland. This was like his family's house. They just had. I remember watching their biopic, and they just had animals roaming around their backyard.
Yeah.
Just had his mom was feeding the giraffe.
Like a nature preserve. Well, anyway, Cincinnati and Columbus are on this list of the best zoos in the United States. The usual suspect is San Diego Zoo, Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago, Seattle, the Smithsonian in D.C., the Bronx Zoo.
Hey.
The Cincinnati Zoo is one of the oldest in the United States. Although people were texting me, everybody's sleeping on the Toledo Zoo, and it's amazing. Now, again, I don't know the difference between a good zoo and a bad zoo.
You'll know when you get there. You'll know when you get there.
Is that true?
I've been to bad zoos, and it's
I've
not
been to a
fun.
bad zoo.
Yeah.
What's a bad zoo?
Akron Zoo back in the day.
I've never even been to Akron Zoo, but I've heard about it.
It like I remember walking through that in like 8 minutes. Like it's tiny.
Yeah,
but it's
size is a big
Akron.
part
I
of
mean,
it.
what I'm saying is like.
So that's a bad zoo. And you're not
but-
seeing like they don't have any elephants. They got like an ox and a.
But nobody's.
parrot.
What I'm saying is nobody's holding them to this gold standard. I'm thinking like if you go to a zoo in a city, how do you know if it's a bad zoo?
You don't know until you get there.
Okay.
I went to a zoo one time. I can't remember where it was, but like the one enclosure was deer, like white-tailed deer, and I was like, "This can't be it."
How you just capture
They
those?
had
You got
groundhogs. They had
Yeah, that's the kind of like that's a bad zoo.
forest animals where you're like, "Why are you?"
It's the old
capturing
Jeff
groundhogs?"
Stilson joke. He's from Seattle. He's like, the Seattle Zoo is just the animals that were on the grounds when they put up the fences.
Yes, it was very much like that.
By the way, our condolences, or I should say my apologies, to all of the hardworking people at the Akron Zoo. As my colleagues decide to discredit all of your work. All of your...
I didn't say they did anything wrong. I'm just saying it's not a very big zoo. A little zoo.
They have a red panda.
I haven't been there in a long time either. I haven't been there in like 15 years.
I mean,
so it might be different now, but last time I was there, not a lot to see.
I never heard
an ox.
I never heard anything great about it. I lived there for 5 years, and I forgot. It's like right off of downtown. And
You
I
never
forgot.
even went.
No, I never even went.
Yeah.
Like I forgot that it was there because I heard it was small and it wasn't that great.
Like some of his boyfriends in college. Hey-oh! Hey-oh!
And you forgot Aunt Stinky.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, yeah, I found it. It was the Connecticut Beardsley Zoo. Some of the animals that they have. I mean, okay, they have an alligator, they have a leopard, they have a bear. Okay, cool, right? But then they also have 3 different types of owls, a bison, a prairie dog, like I said, hold on, a Dexter cow, a domestic rabbit, a domestic mallard.
Domestic mallard. I didn't know there were wild mallards.
Yeah, a common raven.
Oh,
A
God.
common. We just know it's just common.
Red-tailed hawk.
We grabbed it off of a tree branch and threw it in a cage from
Gray fox. Like, these are literally just animal. Oh, there's a domestic mallard and a mallard duck.
They're pimping these animals like, we can make some money off of this guy.
Miniature horse.
Like a little Sebastian?
Sebastian, yeah.
Okay, here, red-rumped.
Red-rumped.
It's a squirrel. It's a squirrel. 100% a squirrel. They had a lot of birds there. Turkey vulture, white-tailed deer. I remember, and this was one of the zoos that had, listed Vietnamese walking stick. That's what it means. But this was one that had like peacocks roaming, that the peacocks just kind of walked all over the place, and they'd just be like in the middle of the way. But yeah, this zoo was not a good zoo.
Buffalo. People are telling me
turtle.
Buffalo has a jive-ass zoo.
Akron Zoo has a cheetah. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
And bears.
That's, I think, the mark of a good zoo. Lions. We are going to, lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Like big cats, right? And then a rainforest. And
well, people are telling me that they've really upped their game at the Akron Zoo.
Okay.
They have penguins and geothermal heating. I don't know where I don't know if penguins are the mark of like a.
I like penguins, and I don't think they have penguins at the Cleveland Zoo right now, so I might make a trip to the Akron Zoo just for the penguins.
Yeah, my daughter's way into. We went to the Cincinnati Zoo to see Fiona the hippo. My daughter's also currently way into red pandas, and so they had this huge red panda exhibit, except they were nowhere to be found. And so you have all these parents like asking, well, that's it. We were asking people, we're like, are they sleeping? They're like, they don't usually sleep until the sun goes down, so we're not sure. And they don't know. The people working at the zoo, it's like teenagers. You can't really ask them stuff. Hey, do you know where the animals are? What are they going to say?
No,
they don't know. They're like, come on, man. One of the red pandas at the Akron Zoo just died, someone says.
R.I.P.
R.I.P. Red Panda. D's out for that red panda, right?
Rest in panda.
I don't think I knew what a red panda was. I never heard of that before. Oh,
they're little bear-looking things.
They're cute.
Yeah,
they're so
really
cute.
My daughter's into them.
Very cute.
Yeah,
I don't think
they did that Pixar movie about a girl who turns into a red panda a couple of years ago.
Red or
yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen one of these animals in my life.
Really?
Yeah, I've never seen a red
panda. They're a pretty common zoo animal.
I don't think I've ever seen it. So cute.
Well, that's what you get for never going to that Akron Zoo.
I've been to every other zoo. Well, Cleveland Zoo.
Every other zoo.
No, yeah, just Cleveland.
Just one other zoo.
Every other zoo.
And then that exhibit, the one where the animals go up to your car up by Sandusky. What is that one?
This wildlife safari.
Oh, I don't need that. I don't need a reindeer licking my windshield. Like, I don't understand that.
There was the giraffe that was like up on our car, like opened the sunroof and like he had his tongue out.
Yeah, because you sign a waiver, they're like, hey, whatever happens in here, we're not liable. It's like, okay, I'm not looking to roll the dice with my car like that.
One of my favorite TikTok rabbit holes to go down is people losing their minds at those drive-through safaris. When like the ostrich will put its head in and someone freaks out or the kids are screaming
and crying.
Or like, oh God, I think
that's not a good time.
It's hilarious.
Maybe fun to watch, yeah.
It is so off-putting when you see, I mean, it's not a mammoth, but like a rhino just in the middle of the street, in the middle of the road, and we're like, okay, Mr. Rhino. Like, I didn't want to go up to it. I didn't want to disturb it. It's doing its thing. And they're like, no, you're supposed to pet it. I'm like, I'm not going to go out of my way to pet this thing. And it just looks so bothered. And I'm like, this thing could literally just swing and crush us both. I ain't like that.
Alan, I think New York Mary is looking sexy, and she looks like she stinks a little bit, and I'm kind of into that.
Hell yeah, dude. Thank you. I do need to shower more than I'm here.
It's always the backhanded compliments that are coming in fast and furious.
Some people like it sour.
Sour.
I like it sour.
Oh. Alan, the Palm Beach Zoo is a terrible zoo. Yeah, it's all flamingos, right? Except the flamingos that never get shrimp, so they're all like brown. Well, there you go. Congratulations to Columbus and Cincinnati for being two of the best zoos in the country. Cleveland Metro Park Zoo, just watching. We're going to break here. 35192. Want to send a text. Another $1,000 on the way. Next keyword to grab a grand from the Buzzard Bookie is coming up at 4:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever
Okay, you want to go see Static X and Seven Dust. They're going out on a co-headlining run with Dope and Lines of Loyalty. Dope and Static X, always together. Back February 22nd. Thursday, February 22nd, at the world-famous Agora. I'll be there. Will you? AgoraCleveland.com. Want to buy tickets, want to win them, be caller 10. And you will be there. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got another $1,000 for you in about 10 minutes. We also got some hot celebrity goss on tap momentarily from Perez Bilton. So that's something to look forward to. There's a dude who is, arson is one of the deadliest crimes that a person can commit because it's easier to get away with than a lot of other crimes. It doesn't take much. Your evidence can burn up.
Ooh.
You know? You can do a lot of property damage. You can kill a lot of people between smoke inhalation and explosion and just burning. And so it's a big deal. And with climate change moving the way that it is, there's a guy in Montreal who was blaming wildfires. He was a conspiracy theorist, and he was blaming wildfires on the government. Remember those wildfires that were in Canada?
Yeah, it made it all smoky and choky.
It was smoky and choky down here, and this was one. I don't know if this was a guy who was responsible for some of them, but he said that the government was setting these fires. It turns out he was.
Oh.
What a shock. Wow, it wasn't space lasers?
Projection at its finest.
Quel dommage. Up there in Quebec, Brian Paré was posting nonstop conspiracy theories. It's always projection, of course, with those people. And said that the government was starting fires.
Always. It's so...
I know, it's pretty wild.
It's projection is one of those things that I have to remind myself is way more common than I think, and that most people, when they're being terrible, it's just that.
Yes. Yep. So this guy was posting nonstop on social media about the fires and the government and blah, blah, blah. And he pled guilty to setting 14 fires.
My goodness.
Up there in Canada. He started them himself, forced hundreds of people from their homes. There's a 38-year-old guy who pleaded guilty to 13 counts of arson and 1 count of arson with disregard for human life. I don't know what the distinction is there.
My guess
legally,
is that one was close enough in proximity to people that their lives were in danger, whereas other ones were probably just
You're probably right.
out in the forest.
Yep. The town of Chapet up there in Quebec issued a mandatory evacuation because of these raging fires. And they weren't able to return home for quite some time. And this guy burned a lot of land. He set 5 fires in about 48 hours. The government had banned open fires in and around forest, obviously, because of dry weather conditions. And so this guy was online posting about the government and blah, 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 and all that usual crap. And they scooped him up. I guess they had a tracking device on him. Somebody suspected this guy was doing something because, it starts with projection, but then these people just can't shut up. So you're doing the cop's job for them with all your dumb posts. And they kind of gleaned from some of his Facebook posts that there were some patterns they were noticing.
Did he?
So they tracked the guy for a minute, and then when they scooped him up, he started admitting the fires were his.
Did he claim any like Jesus told me to do it or anything like that?
I didn't say anything like that.
So he was just like, yeah, I like fire.
I don't know. I mean, they have to obviously put him through some kind of mental health evaluation, but he has said very little, they said, since pleading guilty to these. He admitted he was the one who started the fires. And he said that the only thing he said was that his main motivation was to see if the government was lying about how dry the forests really were. That's the other thing, too, is that you have to twist yourself in knots to come up with an explanation for all of your ridiculous thoughts. Oh, I was just out here doing tests. So after you determined that the forest really was that dry, when the first fire started, why were there 12 more or 13 more?
Because science is repeatable, remember?
Well, the scientific method, I'll tell you what. You have to make sure that the first fire wasn't an anomaly, right?
Exactly.
You have to make sure that it wasn't a fluke.
Fire really was fascinating, though. Like, as a kid, I used to love when I used to be the one to start the bonfire. Like, it's just fun. You get to strike a match and you just throw it and just let it burn.
I think all kids have a fire phase.
It is, like...
Oh, yeah, we
Did you?
We did a lot of fire stuff.
My brothers were real into fire.
Yeah, but then you
have
have
pouring gasoline on a Nerf football and lighting it on fire and throwing it. Not a very safe thing to do.
No,
but
I
it was
think
fun.
I was too timid for that kind of stuff. I mean, I guess I was. It's interesting to the degree, if you'll pardon the pun, that all that stuff is when you're a kid. But along the way in childhood, everybody is still, even with that common fascination, everybody can still point out the pyro in the group.
One kid definitely likes it too much.
Yes, you got to figure out who that kid is. Usually, he's pouring gasoline on a Nerf football and then throwing it. Oops.
Or like on a cat or something.
Shut up, Alan. Give it away.
On a cat, yeah.
No, I didn't do it.
No, I wasn't the kid doing that. It made me nervous. Firecrackers and things like that, fireworks. I mean, that's one thing, kind of in a controlled environment. But I had heard too many stories about kids really jacking themselves up with that kind of stuff. And I'm like,
I can't
what
believe
are you, a moron?
The stuff that, like, our parents or, like, our relatives would allow. Like, my uncle got my brother and I BB guns for Christmas one year. And I just
Did
can't.
you shoot your eye out?
No, and I can't.
Shoot them at each other, though.
I can't believe that they trusted us with that. Because I'm like, I mean, we're responsible as kids can be responsible, but we're not. It's just so much stuff could have gone wrong, and luckily nothing did. But I am not going to trust my kids or like my nieces or nephews with that.
Well, I mean, were
Absolutely
you
not.
able to handle them though?
I mean,
yeah.
there
are kids that are taught. Believe it or not, there are kids that are taught to kind of respect a firearm in any capacity, even a BB gun. You got to be careful with it.
We did, and I'm just really surprised that nothing went wrong. Like I'm just surprised at myself that that was one thing that we were trusted with that we didn't really abuse. Like there was times where I would like shoot into the ground, which they told me don't do, but kids,
why?
Because I wanted to see the dirt come up.
No, why would they tell you don't shoot it into the ground?
I don't know.
Might ricochet off of a rock. Or
that's
something.
what they say or something. But
well, I mean, if you're shooting, I didn't know if if you were putting the barrel in the ground and shooting it. I mean, that
sometimes, but sometimes I would. And honestly, like I don't know how nothing went wrong.
These were like Daisy air rifles.
Yeah, and they shot BBs, but like when I would shoot things, you would hear it hit, but you wouldn't see it, and I was frustrated because I'm like, with a shotgun,
you're shooting cans or something. It's going ping.
Well,
ping.
I was shooting trees, and my brother was like, "Don't do that, you're gonna kill the tree." I was like, "Shut up, tree hugger!" I'm gonna shoot my BB,
hugger.
But I wanted to see like the bark come off, and he was like, "It's not powerful enough to have the bark come off." So then I started shooting like the ground to see the dust come up. So I was like, that looks cool. So I would just.
You weren't shooting cans or anything?
No, because it would just show the little hole. It wouldn't show like a big.
Oh, you wanted some dust to kick up.
Yeah, so I was shooting.
A big explosion. Well, they were BBs. You're not going to get a big explosion.
I understand that, but I wanted to do something.
You wanted the
there to be some
visual
showbiz.
effect.
So I would shoot the ground, and then I would see like, ooh, did you see how much dust came up? So then we started shooting the ground.
We one of my introductions to fire for my brothers, cottonwood was. Do we have that in Cleveland?
Yeah, there's cottonwood. I'm pretty sure.
So when the cottonwood would like line up along the side of a tree lawn, if you lit one end on fire, it would just like shoot all the way down. So we would just walk up and down the street just lighting everyone's lawns on fire, like because we wanted to see the cottonwood go. And that, and then the sock trick where you could like light your sock and all the fuzzies would burn off.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys ever do that?
And you got a bunch of holes in your sock?
No, it doesn't burn a hole. It's like a new pair of socks is the best. So if you wore a new pair of socks all day, and then at the end of the day you took a lighter to it, the fire, because they're really small fibers, the fire kind of goes all over your foot and then goes out.
No, I never
but
did
we
that.
were doing that all the time too.
Nope, never done that.
Yeah, I never even heard of that.
Really?
No.
We did that constantly. I like showed all my friends that trick. That
Yeah,
was a
I
big
remember. I
trick.
remember that vaguely. Alan, I was the pyro in my group. I got yelled at a few times for holding a solo cup with kerosene in it over a fire as it ate through the sides just to play with the flame streams. Listen, I fully understand the fascination with fire because it's elemental, right? I mean, when you're a kid, you're still kind of learning about the world, and fire is so potentially destructive that you're like, this is amazing, you know? But I was just, wasn't for me.
I wondered how much.
As a kid, all I looked at were how things could go wrong. And so when I saw somebody playing with fire, I'd stand back and watch. But I was like, this was the 80s. I was like, you didn't use Aquanet or anything, did you?
Bill, you were a Boy Scout. Did you learn the 2-twig trick to light a fire or no?
Yeah.
I never learned that. I don't know how to do that. And I always used to
like
try.
friction to start a fire?
Yeah.
Run the sticks together, but you got to have a little tinder and kindling in there
Yeah.
to get it going.
A little rope.
I mean, that helps too, yeah. But we did all sorts of different ways. Like a flint and all that stuff.
Alan, we used to
I
soak
hated it
tennis
all.
balls in hand sanitizer and light those on fire and play hot potato with them.
Wait, what was it?
Clay
Tennis
said they used to
balls.
soak tennis balls in hand sanitizer, light them on fire, and toss them around.
My brothers were always lighting something on fire.
Yeah.
I remember my friend lit his fart on fire. That was
Yeah.
It's always a fun
And
one.
he did it on the bus too. I don't know how he didn't get like expelled for that, but I don't think anyone said anything. But yeah. He was like, "You guys want to see me light my fart on fire?" And he had a lighter, and he said, and then it made a hole in his pants.
God.
Made a hole.
God bless those kids that are willing to take those chances, though, you know?
Yeah, so he had to tie, like, I don't know how he hid that, or maybe people weren't looking at his crack, but he had a hole right where his crack was, and I don't know if he tied a sweater around it or just changed to some gym shorts or something when he got to school, but I was like, bro. He's like, oh, man. He's like, Mom's going to kill me. This is a fresh pair of pants.
Who could have seen that happening?
He thought the gas was going to light on fire, not his pants.
Well, yeah, that's the chance you take. These people who think that something like the surface accelerant is going to burn away and you're going to be fine.
He did it
A
multiple times,
lot of people
too.
have gotten screwed with that assumption. You know, you see the guys on TikTok or whatever who like, oh, I'm going to do a shot or whatever. He light it on fire and it consumes their head because they misjudged it or they're already half in the bag and, you know, then they're running around punching their head trying to put the fire out. That's the funny stuff.
I saw a girl. She did something where she dipped something in hand sanitizer, and then when she lit it on fire, it was just alcohol in like a little plastic bin. And then when she lit the thing on fire, it also lit the bin on fire, and then she poured it all out and just basically set her house on fire because she's stupid.
I've done that with flaming Dr. Pepper shots before. The first time I ever had one, I didn't do it, but a person in my group tried to blow it out because you put the 151 on top, and that's what catches on fire. And you just do it while it's on fire. It's not going to go out. And then they tried to blow it and caught the bar on fire.
Oh, God. Don't you have to let it burn off, though?
Yeah, it'll burn off.
Yeah.
It takes like 2 seconds.
Right.
But they tried to blow it, blew the flaming liquid
everywhere.
onto the bar top.
Buffoons.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to do it, don't experiment.
Yeah, but you don't know how to do it until you do it.
There's a
There's
bartender
always somebody
that
that's-
knows how to do it.
Well, yeah.
Well, also the flaming
Oh,
Dr.
yeah,
Pepper.
faux shiz.
You can let it burn off, or the way we would do it, because you drop it in. It's amaretto, and then it's topped with 151, and that's what lights on fire. But then you drop it. It's a drop shot, like an Irish car bomb, but you drop it into like Miller Lite, and then you chug it,
Dude.
and that's what makes it taste like Dr. Pepper.
I can't believe I used to put 151 into my body on a regular basis. The fact that it could just be lit on fire very easily.
You've put a lot of things into your body.
But 151, where it had like the little strainer at the top so you don't pour too much in, and it said danger flammable. And I was walking around with it in a little cup like, hi, you want my 151 and grape juice? Like, it tastes just like wine, like I was feeding this to people.
Tastes just like
it
wine.
did, though. I made it,
It tastes like ethanol.
It smelled awful, but it tasted really good. It really kind of threw my senses off because it smelled like it light your nostrils on
That's
fire.
how they get you. That's how they hook you.
But the taste, fantastic. And then I was seeing fuzzy for like 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude. That's the whole point of it.
Seeing fuzzy.
Yeah, I was seeing so fuzzy.
Could you imagine if you drank that propane and then didn't see fuzzy? How mad
I don't
you'd
even
be?
know. I don't even know if I could drink 151 now. And I know it's not sold in Ohio now, but I miss it
There's no reason for it.
There is a reason for
There's
it.
not.
It was cheap. Like
You never need to be that drunk, ever. That fast. That drunk that fast.
I was still cheap in college, and it was economical because I would get a handle of 151, and it would last me the entire semester. That's smart.
Yeah,
I used 151 one time because the store was out of lighter fluid, so we got 151 and
Yes.
used that in place of lighter fluid, so we could barbecue.
Yeah.
And it worked.
I used to keep 151 in the freezer, and if I knew I was going out and trying to save money, I would do shots of 151 before I went out. So that way I only had to have like 1 or 2 beers.
Bro,
Because I'd
never
already
did
be
shots of
drunk.
151.
Huh?
That would burn your throat.
It's horrible. It literally, you know how like when you feel like you're getting sick, your throat starts to get scratchy? That's what it felt like for like 2 hours.
You wouldn't even like mix it with anything?
I would chase it. I would just put it back. Just do this 151, get drunk real fast, chug it with, you know what my
I'll tell
chaser
you
was?
what.
It was I called it brain juice because it said it was good for your brain. Blueberry pomegranate Minute Maid.
Oh my gosh, brain juice.
But because like the bottle would be like, oh, the antioxidants are good for your brain. So
Let's
I would
even
call
things
it my
out.
brain juice.
You know what's hotter than all of that?
What?
Celebrity gossip. Let me give away this money, and then we'll get to that.
This is your chance to bet
Set some
with
brains
the
on fire.
Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Wilton. Ooh.
Oh, let's throw a little goss on the fire. Get some hot goss headed your way right now. Let's start with Roy Wood Jr. At the Emmys last night when The Daily Show won an Emmy. He was spotted mouthing, hire a host. Alan, I believe I sent you a video.
Give us an opportunity, and honestly, the person I always thank, because he's just a crazy genius for thinking of it. Hey, Jon Stewart, wherever you are, my friend, thank you for calling me up. Thank you for asking me to come and join you on this crazy journey, and thank you to everybody else in this category. Thank you to these people.
Please hire a host.
Please hire a host, he says. And according to Inside Sources, Comedy Central said, fine, we'll hire Joe Coy and he starts in 10 days. You happy now?
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
The host of the Emmys was Anthony Anderson, and he did a pretty good job overall. People enjoyed it, and he said next up he would like to host the Oscars. But according to Inside Sources, the Oscars already have a host, and it's Jimmy Kimmel, and they're going to have Jimmy Kimmel back next year. But to make Anthony Anderson happy, Jimmy Kimmel's going to do blackface and pretend that he's Anthony Anderson.
Oh, yeah. Faux shiz.
Well, throwback to his Karl Malone impression days.
Oh, God.
Remember that?
He didn't get canceled.
Mm-hmm. And finally, more Oscar or more Emmy stuff. Always Sunny in Philadelphia star Rob McElhenney was at the Emmys, but he wishes he was at home watching football. There was a picture of him from his wife, some bird lady, showing him watching the Eagles game during the Emmys ceremony. And according to inside sources, it didn't matter that he was watching and cheering for the Eagles because Baker Mayfield took the Eagles behind the proverbial Cheesecake Factory and made those birds his bitch. Goss on the fire.
Celebrity gossip with Perez built-in. Ooh.
Yeah, they brought out the Always Sunny in Philadelphia crew. They're like, we've never been nominated for an Emmy in 15 years. And then he won for that soccer show with Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
Pretty wild. Caitlin Olsen, of course.
Caitlin Olsen.
Sweet D is his wife in real life. That's the bird woman you're thinking of there. She's very thin.
Like a bird.
Like a bird. Like a bird. Yeah, well, there you go. How about that Baker Mayfield, huh?
Hey,
Right?
getting it done.
Yeah.
He's got 2 playoff wins now. 2-1 in the postseason. Pretty impressive.
It's a world where the Cowboys and the Eagles are out.
Yeah.
Pretty wild. Wild things going on.
I mean, the Cowboys thing isn't that wild.
Well, I mean, they were, yeah.
Yeah, the regular season, they're very good in the regular season.
Yeah.
And then that's where it stops.
I guess so.
They lost in the first round last year, too. And the year before.
Oh, boy. I'm going to take a break. If you want to send me a text, 35192. Want to watch the pictures, go to alancoxshow.com and listen on the iHeart Radio app.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 to send me a text. Cavs over the Bulls last night. Here at home, Bulls are trying to claw their way north of 500. 109-91 was the final last night. The Cavs will stay at home, play the Bucks tomorrow night at 7:30. That's your tip-off. 7 o'clock is when the pregame will begin here on the Buzzard. You can also listen on the iHeartRadio app as well. Stuff from CLE Clothing Company. I got a nice big package in the mail today from some stuff I had ordered, and of course I used the promo code RING, as can you. Nothing special. Anybody can do it. 20% off, whatever you want at CLE Clothing Company. Cavs will hit the road. They'll go to Atlanta, play the Hawks, maybe hang out with Bill Belichick. Did you read that story about Belichick interviewing with the guy that owns the Falcons?
No.
It's pretty baller.
Yeah.
So Bill Belichick, I mean, this is not really a secret. He agreed to part ways or whatever with the Patriots. Robert Kraft, they've known each other a long time. Says it's time to do something else. But nobody thinks that this guy's going to go out with this past season being his last. This guy still wants to prove, I'm sure, that he wasn't just successful because of Tom Brady. So he was meeting with the Falcons. And the guy who owns that team is a guy named Arthur Blank. And he has a $180 million super yacht. It's called the Dreamboat. The Dreamboat, of course, includes his initials, AMB. The yacht was in Antigua. So they sent a private plane for Bill Belichick, pick him up, fly him to Antigua on board Arthur. But you want to be one.
I hate him now because I'm not one yet. No, I don't want to marry a rich person. I want to be the rich person because I feel like if I marry into money and the rest of the family's not happy, they're going to try and kill me.
You'll be Why would they try to kill you if you married into money?
Because the dude may be cool with me, but his family might not be cool with me, getting a piece of the pie.
They'd see you as an interloper, you're saying.
Yeah, an opportunist.
So they send the private plane to pick Bill Belichick up. They fly him to Antigua, interview him on the yacht, and then fly him back. That ain't bad. Wonder if he wore a sleeveless blazer for the interview. Hey, Dave. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello. Am I on the Alan Cox Show?
Yes, you're on the air, Dave. What can I do for you?
I have a problem. See, I'm Bill Squire's manager, and I just found out that he is on the radio.
I would imagine, Dave, if you were a manager of any stripe, you probably would have known that. How is this news to you?
Don't you insult me, Mr. Cox.
I'm just asking, how do you not know? How long have you been his manager?
18, 20 years.
20 years? Wow, okay.
He was a boy when I met him.
Right.
I was an adult man.
21-year-old boy when you met him. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And
21-year-old boy man.
And you're finding out that he is on the show here.
You are as surprised as I am.
What? I'm not surprised. You said you are. What have you been managing if you weren't aware of this?
I have a small train collection that I like
you manage?
That's not going to manage itself, Mr. Alan Cox.
Bill, I'm going to let you talk to your. I don't know.
Talking to.
I don't know who you are. Just as you didn't know Bill was here, I didn't know you existed. So I'm going to let you talk to your client.
Hey, what the heck?
What the heck, indeed.
First of all, this is not very professional to do this on the air.
Well, I called your phone and you did not pick up.
Well, because you probably called my phone number from 20 years ago, which is not my current phone number. But also, I don't even remember.
Wait, your manager? Last time your manager called you was 20 years ago. He might have an old number.
If
you think
he's
you'd be
really
in constant
my
contact?
manager,
Oh, I see.
Because I don't.
I call all my clients from a rotary phone that is in the top of Terminal Tower, and it is a system that works.
Clearly not,
Obviously
because
it's
you
not.
didn't know Bill was on this show, and he's been on over 10 years.
Yeah, I'm about to reach 11 years on the radio show here.
Bill, has Dave been a good manager? I mean, I think I know the answer, but
I mean, he did give me
It sounds
some
like you got-
opportunities early on, but then it kind of dried up.
because I won't lie to you, it sounds like, just from what I'm picking up, it sounds like the two of you don't even know each other.
I don't remember him that well.
Oh, so you're not in
Wow.
constant contact with the guy managing your affairs.
I don't think of him as my manager, to be perfectly honest.
Wow, that's got to hurt, Dave.
I let you borrow my Chevy Cavalier. Do you remember that?
It wasn't really borrowing. You let me sit in it.
And boy, did you like it.
You let me sit in your Cavalier.
Yeah, I didn't have a good time that day.
Sounds like you're being very cavalier about his career, Dave, if I'm being honest.
I think he's
It didn't
being
even
very
run.
cavalier about the money he owes me.
What money do I owe you?
You know how managers get paid?
Yeah, but you have to do something to earn the money. You haven't done anything. You didn't get me this job. I got this job.
I didn't get you this job. Then how did you get it?
I worked hard and got the job. I got hired.
No, you called Mr. Alan Cox and you said, I know Dave Tables, and they gave you
Dave,
a job.
that's your Dave Tables is your name?
Yes.
Well, that's a great name, Dave Tables.
Well, if that were the
Talent
case,
manager.
then Alan would know who you are too. And Alan doesn't know who you are.
Right. I mean, when I brought Bill onto the show, I didn't have any contact with anyone named Dave Tables. I did talk to I did talk to a David Tables, but that's probably not you.
That was my father. He is dead.
Oh, so he passed the clients to you. You got his book.
Yeah.
In a way.
In a way. It sounds like in every way. Yeah. I'm sorry about your
In
dad.
every way.
You know what
He
I
was
say?
very nice. David Tables Sr. was very nice.
David Tables was a man of the people. I am not, and I will have my money.
Well, okay, so how much does he owe you?
How much, right?
I mean, what percentage do you take? Managers only get 5%.
He's not my manager. If anything, his dad was my manager, but he's dead. Rest in poop, because he wasn't a good manager. I hope your dad's rotten in poop.
So you were kicking up 5% to David Tables, and now Dave Tables thinks that.
Well, he
that
wasn't
should
my manager like a comedy manager. He managed a pizza place I worked at for like a day.
Oh, he's not your. I'm very confused by this whole thing,
Wow.
Dave. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you called me, and I'm very confused. This sounds like business.
When I knew him, he still went by Billy when I knew him, and now he's out here lying.
Billy. All right.
I never went by Billy.
Yeah. Well, he said he knew you as a boy, and that's when people were calling you Billy.
The only people that called me Billy were my immediate family.
And me.
You weren't.
And
no.
Dave Tables.
You're trying to get into Sal from Dairyman's territory, and you're not. You're not Sal from Dairyman's.
Dave, this sounds like a business that should probably be conducted off the air.
I would agree with you, but I didn't have his number.
All right, well, would you
How
like...
come your accent keeps changing?
How come my accent keeps changing?
He's from a mixed family. Bill, would
Did
you like...
Do you have any trouble calling this show, though?
I had, yes, Mr. Poundcake, the hack. Answer the phone.
Well, Bill, would you like me to put Dave Tables on hold and Poundcake can give him your number so the two of you can continue to conduct this business?
You know, you can put him out of my misery and just hang up on him.
Put him out of
Are
your
you trying to
misery.
kill me?
No, he wants me to put you out of his misery, Dave.
You're trying to kill us?
I just want you to understand that you're not getting $1 out of me.
Wow.
You give me $100 gift card to the Outback Steakhouse, and I'm out of your life forever.
$15 gift card to Panera Bread, and we'll call it even.
Yeah, they got
Done.
that suicide lemonade over there, Dave. Be careful.
That's the only thing you're allowed to buy with it.
Dave, a lot of
You can't
times
get
a lot of times the dissolution of a business relationship can lead to litigation. Are you worried about that?
There is nothing that he can take from me.
Well, what about the 5% that you want him to kick to you?
That would be nice. Yeah, I would take that.
Hey,
nothing else.
You know
but
what?
he would
You're right,
take
Dave.
that.
You can have 5% of my balls.
Can you say that on television?
I don't know about television, but how would you even calculate 5% of your balls?
I just put a little extra in just to make sure.
You do the total circumference.
Is that what it is?
You do the circumference of nut.
Okay. I was always terrible. Yeah, I was always terrible at calculating the volume of a sphere in high school. I always hated that.
As am I. I know one thing, and it's managing people.
It sure sounds like it. I mean, you're doing a bang-up job here.
I
with
disagree. I think
Billy.
you suck.
I think you suck.
Then why'd you want to be my manager?
I didn't.
It was bequeathed to him by his dad, David Tables.
His
I think
breath smells like a queef.
How do you know what his breath smells like? We're talking to him on the phone.
That's how strong it is.
You're the one that wants to give him 5% of your balls.
Help improve his breath.
It's a lot of balls.
Well, listen, I feel like we're at loggerheads here, Dave. I don't think there's anything getting solved here.
You'll hear from my lawyers.
Lawyers. I would have loved to have been a useful mediator here, but
Well,
it doesn't sound like it's going that way.
Good luck, because they have to get through Poundcake and he doesn't answer the phone. So I think we'll be just fine.
Oh, my lawyers are from Columbus. They're the best.
Columbus lawyers
Ohio.
suck.
Oh, not Georgia. Okay. Well, listen. Good luck, Dave.
Thank you.
Would it be Dave? Before I let you go, would it be indiscreet for you to tell us who your other clients are?
Yes, I represented Drew Carey before he knew I represented him.
That's not how things work.
I represented Tom Hanks before he knew that I represented him.
Again, not how things work.
Have you heard of Halle Berry?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did not represent her. I tried. She said no.
Why are you kind of sound like you're doing Triumph the Inside Comic Dog, like a little bit, but then you give up on it halfway through each sentence?
I have a cold. It's the new cold.
What's the new
Oh,
cold?
you got that new variant.
New variant of the cold.
Yeah, you got the new the common cold variant that's going around.
The common, it'll get you.
All right. Well, listen, Dave, I got to let you go, but any parting words to Bill before the two of you see each other in court?
I miss you, but I will get my money.
You're never going to get anything. I'll see you.
I get every dollar.
All right. I'll see you at dinner later, buddy.
All right.
You're going to have dinner with your manager tonight. Dave Tables.
Alan, I used to hear those messages about kids catching themselves on fire and hurting themselves all the time as well. But I used to think to myself, how stupid are you? I can do it, and I can do it better. And I got to tell you, pal, 35 years later, I got all three of my fingers and never a burn worse than 3rd degree, baby.
Yeah, well, let that be a lesson to you kids. Never say never when it comes to playing with fire. He's got all three of his fingers, like a Simpsons character.
They got 4.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
3 fingers and a thumb. I think that's 4. Thumb's a finger, right?
The thumb is not a finger.
It's not?
Nope, it's a thumb. You have 4 digits and a thumb. Arthur Blank, the guy that owns the Falcons, people are telling me he's the guy that started Home Depot. Well, there you go. Alan, please tell Poundcake there is still 151 vodka. They just discontinued Bacardi's.
Okay.
I don't know if he wants to go down that path. I think
Bacardi was rum.
Maybe wistful. But didn't Bacardi make 151?
Yes,
yeah, but it
and
was rum, not vodka.
Oh, well, he said this person says they make 151.
I don't even know if I would like 151.
Bacardi only makes rum?
Bacardi is a rum company. Yeah,
Oh, I don't know.
in
I mean,
Puerto Rico.
diversified. I don't know.
No.
Yeah, that was the only time I actually had
Typically-
rum was 151.
Typically, they don't really cross spirits.
They don't?
No.
Just
Like
making
Grey-
one
Grey
kind of
Goose
spirit?
makes vodka.
Oh.
Bacardi makes rum.
What was that Absolute gin I had the other night?
I don't think you did.
Are you sure?
Maybe it had an E on the end. It wasn't the other.
Gine. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you had Absolute Gine.
Oh, Gime.
Oh, it's a
Oh. Yeah. Okay. Well, David S. Tables. I have a lot of questions. So many. He's just part of it. Who's Dave Tables? Is he really your manager, Bill? Is he the one? God, I hope he's not the one as inconsiderate as he was. I hope he's not the one in charge of shopping your special around the streaming
I wouldn't
services.
let him near that. Dave
Oh
Tables
my
is
God.
very unprofessional, and he's not. He's not my manager.
Okay.
He thinks he is, but he's not.
But he doesn't seem to know what he thinks. He didn't even know that you were here, according to him.
Yeah, that's why he's not my manager, because he doesn't know what's going on.
But why does he think he's your manager?
Because he is
calls all angry.
His dad was, remember, his dad was Bill's manager.
Yeah,
back in
at
the
the
day.
pizza place that I worked at.
Tables Pizza?
Yeah. Tables and Chairs Pizza. Yeah.
Yeah,
partner.
okay.
Yeah.
He co-owned that with Frank Chairs. All right.
See, now you remember.
Now I do remember. It's all coming back to me now.
Ooh, Celine Dion.
Like the Celine song. She was actually managed by David Tables back in the day.
Mismanaged.
Well, he only mismanaged her health.
That's a big thing to mismanage, though. That's
I
like
know.
one of the
Look at
biggest
her.
things to mismanage.
I know. She can't even bend anymore.
Oh, Celine, I'm so glad I saw her.
Yeah. The thumb is one of the 5 digits on your hand, 4 fingers and 1 thumb. There you go. 5 digits, 4 fingers, and 1 thumb. Now, the question becomes, what do you do with that 1 thumb? And
Depends on what you're into.
And what do you do with those 4 fingers?
I make it worth it. Hello. That's what I do with that.
I make it worth it, he says.
Fonzie?
I make it worth it. All right. Well, anyway, I don't know what to make of that, David Tables.
Alan, make pizza with your 7-year-old daughter. Don't raise her devoid of joy.
Where's that come from? I mean, he's got a point. I am devoid of joy, but no, listen, my kid, we don't put our stuff onto our kid, right? My wife and I hate musicals, but she took her to Frozen Live to see if maybe she would like it.
Is she?
Yeah, it was fine. But again, that's not a big thing. She just thought, oh, well, maybe she would like that. And, went with the in-laws. And yeah, she had a good time. But my kid's pretty, if there's something she wants to do, I said, absolutely. If she came to me and said, can we make a pizza? I'd say, of course. And then from there, you determine, is that something you'd like to continue doing? But a lot of times we'll do something, she'll be like, yeah, it's fine. So no, I would never raise any of my children to be like me in that way. But devoid of joy. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I guess because we were talking about making pizzas the other day, and I don't see the point. But that's me. Other people do. I'm not telling you not to do it. One of my neighbors a couple doors down this past summer, he had this massive construction project going on. He had like backhoes and bobcats in the front yard. He had a crew over there. The whole dug up. I go,
Sign
God,
of rich people.
Well, I thought this guy was like putting an addition on his house, and when all was said and done, he had a giant brick pizza oven made in the backyard.
That's such a bro thing
like,
to do.
holy Christ, all that for that?
Sweetie, it's finally done.
Oh my God, $25,000 later. I'm like, Jesus.
Listen, I understand
Just
how things
order from a place.
keep going like that, because I've started making fancy coffee at home, and every time I made it, I was like, oh, now I need this, and about $200 later, I've got all the fancy stuff I need.
Yeah,
to
but
make good coffee.
that's all contained in your kitchen. You're not
Right.
building a structure
But
outside your.
But what I'm saying is that I could see getting one of those pizza makers and being like, Well, this isn't going to cut it.
No, listen, do what you want to do. I just thought, I was chuckling about it because I thought at the end of the project, I was like, ooh, I can't wait to see what they're doing. And that was it. Like, holy Christ. What'd you need all that machinery for?
Make good pizzas.
I'm going to break here. I will have another $1,000 for you at 5:30. It's going to be your last keyword of the day, by the way, to win $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Want to go to that Sammy Hagar show next summer? Sammy Hagar and Loverboy going to do Blossom, and I'll have a couple of tickets for you after the break.
The music we listen to all year long.
The
Commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Alt 2K.
Don't wanna be an American idiot.
A commercial-free look back to alternative from the 2000s. With Foo Fighters, Weezer, Linkin Park, Green Day, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Alt 2K, and listen now. Try something new for 2024. iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, Sammy Hagar, the Red Rocker, is back next summer. Special guest Loverboy. Remember them? Part of the Minutemen concert series out at Blossom. It's going to be Monday night, July 29th. LiveNation.com has got the details on the show. It's not Sammy and the Circle. It's not Sammy and Chickenfoot. He's got a lot of guys that he goes out with. So I think it's going to be Sammy and his band and Loverboy. So these tickets for you, if you're caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible, horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Suckers walk, money talks, but it can't touch my 3-lock box.
Sammy Hagar living that life, boy. He's like the rock and roll Jimmy Buffett. Sold his tequila brand, right? I think he's got a couple of them restaurants left. Is there a Sammy restaurant at Hopkins?
I haven't been there in a minute, but there was.
Metro.
I think there is one.
There. Last time I was there was one.
Cabo Wabo Cantina or whatever. And he still wants to go out, boy. He still wants to go out and play. He certainly doesn't have to. He's got plenty of money, but he loves living that island life, boy, dipping his toes in the sand.
So does Kenny Chesney.
Yeah. No shoes, right? That's his thing? No shoes. Kenny Chesney.
No Shoes Nation.
No Shoes Nation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that that's somewhat insensitive for people who literally don't have shoes, or feet for that matter.
Well, they could be part of it.
I mean, they're kind of fundamentally part of No Shoes Nation if they don't have feet.
Right.
Right?
Well,
What's
you don't
the
have to have feet to have shoes.
Well, what's the proportion of Kenny Chesney's audience, do you think? Because I think it's potentially high, that suffer from diabetes.
I don't know.
Maybe have lost a foot.
8% maybe?
8? All right. Well, I assume you've done your own research.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take your word for it. Speaking of the island life, there is no evidence to support the theory that Ted Cruz has anything resembling a sense of humor. But he keeps trying. And I'm not going to give him credit for that because I think that people who don't have a sense of humor should stop trying to be funny. It's getting very, very cold everywhere in the country, and because Texas has their own electric grid, they've got a whole different set of concerns. And he referred to something that he got really dragged for a couple of years ago and tried to joke about it. He tweeted out, Texans, with the freeze coming, wrap your pipes, cover your plants, stay off icy roads, keep your family safe, and if it gets too damn cold, join me in Cancun. That was Ted Cruz's tweet.
Oh, that's a little tone deaf right there.
I think it's funny.
But again, that's not, but he thinks it's funny too. But you think it's funny for a completely different reason.
Yeah.
He thinks he's being genuinely funny. He goes, well, everybody gave me a hard time, but I guess in his mind, because everyone knows about it, he thinks he's poking fun at himself. But he's not. He doesn't understand that the fact that he can do that at all means that he's rubbing it in the faces of constituents. The governor said that people had to get ready for, icy conditions, and last night, continuing into today, really, really wild weather all over the country. 85 in Florida, but it's, 5 up here. And tweeted, join me in Cancun if it gets too bad for you down here. I don't know what his sense of self is. Ted Cruz is one of those guys who people love to crap on because he's got a punchable face and he's always pandering to some group. But I don't know. Obviously, people are going to, I don't know how people read that. If you're a fan of his, you're going to go, it's nothing. He's just, whatever. It's like Trump telling people, hey, even if you have to, you got to vote for me, and then if you die, it'll be worth it.
At least you made the right choice.
When he was in Iowa, right? Because he knows that crowd would love to die for him. Not for Ted Cruz. Nobody's looking to die for Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz's wife wouldn't even do that. So vote and die, that sums up Trump perfectly. Go do this thing for me, and then if you die, it's fine.
It used to be vote or die. And
Now it's vote and die. Right. Hey, vote for me.
I love it.
Make sure you vote for me, and then if you die, that's fine, because I don't care about you.
Vote to die.
Ted Cruz can't do that. The Red Hats, they would love to die for Trump. But it's a pretty wild move. Be like, hey, remember when everybody... Because, he came back from Cancun under duress. He had taken his Ted Cruz had taken his family a couple of years ago because the grid had gone down or something. They didn't have power. He's like, just get the hell out of here, go to Cancun. But on the way back, they had to come back to the airport, by himself. He had a newspaper over his face.
But what I don't
He didn't want anybody seeing him.
But what I don't understand is, yes, it's tone deaf, but a tone deaf politician, we've seen that before. If he was going to do it, why didn't he just didn't care because he could have flown private. Ted Cruz is a rich guy. He could have flown private with him and his family, just like what's his face was on the New Jersey beach after it was closed. The governor
Chris Christie.
Yeah. He knows people are going to
But this is what this is the disconnect. This is what I'm saying. I'm sure in his mind he goes, "Well, I'm going to fly commercial so I look like one of the people." But you're going to Cancun. So in his brain, he's like...
When your state's having an emergency.
Yeah, I can't take a PJ because that would make me look like an elitist, which, of course, these people are. They all went to Harvard and Yale or whatever, and then they try to pretend like they're Joe Lunchbox. So when they're railing on elitists, you guys, Ron DeSantis, all these guys, they all went to Ivy League schools. You couldn't get more elite than these people. But they're pandering and pretending that they're just like you and me.
I'm going to need to see that community college degree. That's
from whom?
From someone.
Lauren Boebert's probably got one.
No, I think she just got the GED.
Did she?
Well, it took her 4 tries and they just gave it to her, but yeah.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know anything about that.
Pretty sure.
4 tries to get a GED.
Yeah.
Is that tough to get? I know people give GED a hard time because you just want to get your high school walking papers or whatever, but your equivalency. But at that point, is it something that's tough to get? I mean, you didn't finish high school, so you probably weren't that motivated. Everybody assumes that a GED is really easy, but I don't know. Is it objectively easy?
I've never taken one.
I've never taken one either.
Well, no, we all went to college. I'm just saying that.
Bill's mom took his GED for him.
Yeah, I know.
No, not a GED. It's regular high school diploma.
What's the difference?
Oh, who cares?
Who cares? Right. So for all intents and purposes, it's the same. But I don't know how difficult it is to get. Just because it's attached to high school doesn't necessarily, a lot of people had trouble in high school.
I had trouble in high school with maths.
This says nearly all members of Congress have a college degree, a bachelor's degree, and most of them have a graduate degree. So you could probably count on one hand, if there are any, the people who have a community college degree. 10% have an associate's degree. That's community college, yeah?
No, you can get a bachelor's degree from community college. It's just
what's the associate's degree?
It's the 2-year degree.
Yeah, that's just a 2-year degree. There's people that went to Akron and got an associate's. I'm like, man, that's a lot of spending a lot of money to spend just to get an associate's.
Oh, so if you go 2 years, you can bail and say, "Give me an associate's degree."
And they have associate degree programs. Like
Yeah.
it's not like, oh, if I'm going for a 4-year degree, like if I'm going for my bachelor's and I only do 2 years, I didn't get an associate's degree. I just did 2 years towards my bachelor's.
I
Like,
see.
You can probably take another class that will qualify you for an associate's, but you don't automatically get an associate's just because you went to school for 2 years. You would just put on the application some college. Check.
Some college.
Yeah, that's like actually on like an application.
Right.
Some college.
Well, that's what I check because I don't have a college degree.
Because you
I didn't
bailed to do
grad-
stand-up.
Yeah, I didn't graduate, so it's some college.
Was it ever important to you? Was there ever a time where you thought I should go back and zip that up?
Absolutely not.
No. Okay.
No.
Just
There is-
just wasted money as far as you're concerned.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh God, I have a bachelor's degree and I don't even feel like I have a bachelor's degree. It's pointless. Don't go.
What's it in?
Mass media communications, radio and TV.
Yeah, you don't.
Talking.
That's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Well, but at any point when you were at Akron, were you like, I'll just pull the chute and take the associates, or no? You had to be in that program to do that.
Yeah, there was an associate's degree in communications.
I see.
I don't believe.
So you had to be in what you were doing was in a bachelor's program.
Correct.
And if you had just bailed after 2 years, you'd have nothing. Just the accumulated credits.
Correct.
I see.
And I don't know how long those sit because there are people that, it just wasn't a good time. They weren't focused, and then they come back years later and they still have those credits, and then they can just build on that. I don't know how that works, but I got mine in 5. It was 4, but I did co-op when this internship appeared. So.
Oh. All right. Well, seems to have worked out.
Don't go.
Your message to the kids is don't go to college.
If you can find education for cheaper, do your research. YouTube is a college.
YouTube University.
You can. I'm whatever. There's cheaper alternatives.
The Earth is flat and the vaccines don't work.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
What a quality education you're getting there.
Because them student loans is hitting, and it is. What do I have to show for it?
You got a job in your field.
I got a job in my field. Yes, I did.
That's pretty
I mean,
good.
I had a bachelor's of science in mathematical sciences or something like that.
Yeah, but I didn't hire Poundcake because he had a degree in mass media. I mean, he had a 4-leaf clover up his ass. I mean, the timing was right.
And I was still in college when I got this job anyways. So, I was ahead of the game. Because I was like, what is more important, getting a job in your field or getting a degree? Because I knew like the degree was going to be obsolete.
You know what's most important, Cody?
What?
Getting a job that makes you feel.
Well, I don't have neither one.
You hear that, Alan?
I heard it. What am I, hard of hearing? Yeah, of course I heard it.
He doesn't feel anything.
I remember when I was in school and they were like, oh, the bachelor's degree is soon going to be the new associate's degree. So I'm like, well, thanks for telling me that while I'm getting a bachelor's degree. Because they're like, yeah, everyone's going to have a master's sooner or later because all the jobs with the bachelor's degrees are going to be obsolete.
So get a master's in radio.
I don't even know if they have a master's program. What am I going to do? There are people that were doctors. Like we had Dr. Hoffman that was like a director, but he...
Doctor of phone screening.
Well, but most people who couldn't cut it in the business end up teaching.
That's not necessarily true. People that have the connects and the experience that you would want to, bring out of them would teach like that. That's
well, no, I mean, what I'm saying is that there's a lot of people who are like in the business for a little bit, but it didn't work out for them. So they're like, oh, I'll go teach at a media school or something.
Agreed.
You've never heard of them before.
There were some of those, but there was also people that it required a lot of, this is a very nomadic business, as you say all the time, and they had families, and they would you rather take a job and move here every couple of years, or would you rather get a job in one place and raise your kids? And
no, I understand. That's just people that didn't do their homework on having a career in this business. Like, you're going to be moving around. So if you're like, oh, I got a wife and kids, well, that's really going to trip things up for you. Unless you tell them, honey, we're going to be moving every couple of years. I mean, and some people are fully down with that. But that just means that you didn't get a lot of people don't get good advice.
I didn't have any advice. I didn't know.
I didn't either. I didn't do everything myself. I didn't have a mentor or anything like that. I fell ass backwards into this business.
And what they said was kind of right is like you don't necessarily have to move. You just have to be marketable in other areas where if I, just like with Mary, or if I get a job, if I keep a job here and they want me on in another city, I can still beam it in from here. Like you can just be
now
a voice.
you can. When I was coming up, you couldn't do that.
When I was a boy, I had to walk uphill both ways to get to my radio job.
It was what it was. If you
I
wanted,
didn't have shoes either.
if you wanted to make more money, you packed your crap and moved to another state. Or
Ice cream was a nickel.
It was just
Ice cream was a nickel.
It was just me and my headphones. And this
Like I was doing radio in the 20s. Hey, everybody!
Alan's on there talking about the big change.
What?
You didn't hear? Did you learn that in school? The big change when they were transitioning from everyone listening to radio to TV.
No, I didn't study radio.
The big change. It was
They called it the big change.
They called it the big change. Yeah, from radio, everyone listening to radio, to TVs, every household. I think it was like a government initiative to make sure every household in America had at least one television, and they called it the big change. Because everyone is so used to listening to the radio all the time to get their information. It was TV.
Well, yeah, like my dad, he didn't have a TV until my dad was born in 45, and I think TV started showing up a few years after that. But it was a real luxury for a while.
It was just commercials that were killing me. They had the can dancers and the flappers like, the big change! And they're just flopping around, twerking, trying to promote TV. I'm like, that's going to get people to watch. And it did. Like, I just showed my ankle. Turn to channel 3.
I didn't hear anything about that.
Would you like to see my shoulder?
I got money here for you. It is $1,000 as promised. Last keyword you're going to get today. First one will show up tomorrow in RMG. It's $1,000 in the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Well, anyway, if the time comes, Poundcake, where you decide that you want to matriculate further, maybe you could teach at one of those media schools.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, you've done more than screen phones, obviously. You were the only one on this show, other than me, that had actual broadcast experience.
I can do editing, voiceover. I can do it all.
You do voice under.
Yeah.
Something to think about.
Too high to get over, too low to get under. I'm stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson. How do you know so much about Michael Jackson and you know dick about Janet Jackson? How is that?
I didn't say I didn't know about her. I said I was not a fan of her. She just didn't strike me as one of the female artists I stand for. I told you. Like every gay has their. I'm sure there's gays out there that stand for Janet and know every single song.
Sure.
I grew up. I just.
Your mom didn't listen to Janet?
Mm-mm.
Huh.
No. It was more soulful than that. And Janet Jackson was.
The first black pop star.
I didn't say that.
Whitney Houston.
I said the one that transcends generations and races. And that, I mean, Janet Jackson was one of them as well, but she wasn't the first. But All For You was a hot video. She was attractive. And I liked the feedback video. That was later on in her career.
Okay.
That's it.
So you have some points of reference.
I like her, Janet Jackson. I'll tell you this. I like Janet Jackson more as an actress than I do a singer.
Oh, God. Poetic Justice?
Yes.
No, not Poetic Justice.
The Clumps?
Yep.
No, For Colored Girls. She's the one that says, are you gay? She's like, how do you marry a woman and then turn around and let a man bend you over?
Wow. All right.
And the guy's like, ain't nobody bending me over. And she's like, so you're doing the bending. That was a Tyler Perry movie.
Is that the Kim Kardashian AIDS movie? Is that the same one?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was I Can Do
That all by myself.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
The Kim Kardashian AIDS movie is the Confessions of a Marriage Counselor.
Oh, right.
That man gonna drag you to hell. She's like, I'm gonna enjoy the ride.
I still need to watch that piece of crap.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I keep forgetting about it. I could put that in my queue.
I hate that you guys know it as the Kim Kardashian AIDS movie.
That's what you called it.
Bill called it that.
Oh, well, that's
Well,
funny.
it's about Kim Kardashian learning about how someone got AIDS because they cheated once.
That's all it takes.
It wasn't a cheat. It was an affair.
Oh.
And she betrayed, in the eyes of God, she was married and she betrayed her vows.
Oh, it was so the overarching theme is it was God punishing her?
I'm not going to give away the movie.
Well, no, I'm just saying
know she got AIDS.
Tyler Perry got to pander to that church crowd, so.
Yeah.
I was watching Cartoon Network last night, and Adult Swim, and there's a promo they run last night. In honor of Martin Luther King Day, they're showing 2 hours of the Boondocks.
Hell yeah.
At midnight. And I'm like, that's Tuesday. Midnight last night is today. How is that? Not only is there MLK Day programming, the Boondocks, they don't run it until midnight. Which, again, would be today.
I didn't know the Boondocks.
And not MLK Day.
I didn't know the Boondocks was still on.
It's not. They're all old episodes. It's a really funny cartoon.
Know.
Like, I love that strip. And the cartoon's funny. But I just thought that was like, I'm sitting there staring at it, not believing what I'm seeing. I'm like, what is happening here?
Well, because they made Martin Luther King. They made fun of everybody in that show. They made fun of Tyler Perry before.
No, I get it, but why at midnight today? Like, midnight last night was their MLK Day programming.
Most people still think of it as
the day after MLK Day.
Yes.
At midnight,
Better
people
late
still
than
consider
never.
it, yeah.
Better late
You
than
didn't even
never.
take off work, so I don't know if you should be talking.
That's right.
Yeah.
Nobody is more committed than me. I
It's
wasn't
the opposite. You weren't celebrating them today.
I wasn't doing my nonsense.
Yeah.
I was celebrating by working hard, the way Dr.
Pressing.
King would have wanted.
No, he would want us to be home with our
He
families.
would not.
Not working.
Working, of course.
Your kid was off yesterday, right?
He had a dream. Yes, she was off yesterday.
Or if you really want to honor his memory, you'd be out there hitting on some ladies.
Nope.
Spreading your seed around.
Nope.
He didn't have any other kids with
That we
the
know
people he
of.
was cheating on.
So he cheated respectfully.
Cheating on his kids? What?
Mm-hmm.
I said he didn't have any other kids with the people he cheated with.
That we know of.
He didn't.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but
There's no way to really know.
I mean, you being a person of that stature, you're known all over the world.
listen, Dr. King.
You're gonna have groupies.
Dr. King knew to get people's attention he had to raise a ruckus. And that's what I was doing here yesterday. Only way I can raise a ruckus is to be talking to people here. And our blue-collar listeners
You know what you could have done?
were very appreciative that we were here.
You could have just
They're
left
outside working in 20-degree weather. What's that?
You could have left 4 hours of dead air. That would have left a huge ruckus. That
Big
would have
ol'
raised
ruckus.
probably the biggest ruckus.
Listen, there's a contingent of this audience that would prefer that to this programming. But I've got a job to do, and I'm here to do it. I got a break. You want to text? 35192. If you don't want to text, well, that's on you. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app, leave messages there, and we'll be back after these.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned.
Mucinex DM 12 Hour.
We've been driving for 6 hours, and I haven't coughed once.
You took Mucinex DM 12 Hour. It gives you 12 full hours of cough and chest congestion relief.
So you got another 6 hours of me singing road trip songs.
Yay.
Buy Mucinex DM 12 Hour. Use as directed.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
Long. Rock and roll fires keep burning. Live forever. Rock. Cleveland's rock and roll. 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
I'm sure it'll work for people on vacation when they don't have to do something, but I can't imagine it working on a day-to-day basis.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Alan, as long as Mary still got them Ohio plates, she's going to be a target out there on the street.
Yeah.
You can't do anything about that, though. Here's what you should do, and do it under cover of darkness or whatever you got to do. Just pry a New York plate off of another car and put it on your car.
Or I could just
problem solved.
Put a sticky note that says New York over the Ohio part. You think that would work?
Yeah. Yeah.
New York.
That's right. Well, people are looking out for you. What do you want? They don't want you to get broken into again.
It didn't happen again, did it?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I haven't been. I parked my car Sunday night.
They don't have a. Oh, you took the train in.
I take the train every day.
You're not driving to Midtown. Yeah.
No, I'm not driving.
Do you have a go-to favorite restaurant yet? Like, what are you eating?
I make breakfast at home every morning, and then there's a little diner deli thing next door to the radio station building that's really good. It's called Stage Star Diner, and it's cheap, dude. They have a salad bar where you get 1 protein, 1 cheese, and unlimited toppings for $10 for $9.99.
Now, if Poundcake was making a salad and he was going to put ham and chicken on it, what would that extra protein run him?
I don't know, probably $1.
Ooh, $1.
$2.
$1 of protein.
I don't know, maybe 3. I have no idea. I've never gotten extra. But I've pretty much been getting lunch there every day because I was thinking about it and doing the math where I'm like, I don't think if I were to have 5 days worth of salads, if I were to try to buy that at the grocery store, it would be more than $50. So it makes more sense financially for me to just get it at the deli. You know what I mean? Like to get all the ingredients, the chicken, the cheese, the lettuce, all the toppings, with friggin' peas being $3 a can. I wouldn't be able to make
goddamn peas.
I wouldn't be able to make 5 salads a week for under $50. So I've been eating lunch there, and then dinner's kind of been touch and go wherever I am.
You touch something in the bodega and then go with it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So after the show today, you get on the train and go back?
Not today. Today I'm gonna go.
You got shows in the city.
I'm gonna go hang out at a couple shows in the city. But like yesterday, I got on the train, went back, did laundry, like a regular life.
New Yorker life.
Mm-hmm.
Did you drop off the laundry or do it? Oh no, you're not in your new place yet, so they have a unit.
The person I'm staying with has it in their basement, so I went down and did it.
I was reading about a dude who was trying to break up a fight or something over loud music on the subway, and they shot and killed him.
Oh my god!
On the 3 train.
Got the bus.
That's why people keep to themselves.
Yeah, I know.
They just go, hey, I'm not getting involved.
45-year-old Richard Henderson tried to intervene when he saw 2 other passengers arguing about music that was being played too loud. One of the other passengers pulled out a gun and fired multiple shots, hitting him in the back. And he was found dead on the subway car.
And then somebody else complains, like, hey, those gunshots are too loud.
Oh, this dead guy fell on me.
This is a confined space in here. Very, very loud. Yeah, you just keep to your... And that's the tough thing, too. It's like, to some degree, you don't want to keep to yourself. You know, if somebody's sitting across from you whacking it or something, you're going to say something. But you never know.
Cost-benefit analysis.
I mean, wait till they finish. Might have a knife. We're going to get a brand new Poundcake.
That's not a knife.
That's not a knife. That's a knife. Wiener. That's not a knife. That's a wiener. It's one of those deleted scenes from Crocodile Dundee. That's how we got to Linda Kozlowski. That's not a knife. That's a wiener.
That's not a knife, that's a spoon. I've seen you play knifey spoony before.
Yeah. Poundcake Sports Break tomorrow, where he will regale you in his own inimitable fashion with sports stories, the likes of which you won't hear anywhere else. It's what made him Cleveland's top sports talker, according to Cleveland Scene magazine. And he's been working hard to live up to that title precisely once a week. And these days, that's all you can ask. I have an app on my Roku so that I can keep up with the news at home. I'll talk to my mom, and I'll make sure she's okay. And I was texting with my brother today, but sometimes I'll click on and see what's going on at home. There's an app for the local ABC affiliate in Chicago, Channel 7. And I clicked on there, and they're talking about, and this is just, you might have read stories about how car manufacturers are kind of backtracking from the huge EV push. And automobiles obviously are moving in that direction. You're not going to go backwards, but it's still in kind of a weird spot. And they showed this wide shot of this row of EV chargers in Chicago, and it's just a line of cars that people can't get their car charged. And that's one of those things where people are like, I would still just rather turn my car on, a gas, combustion engine, and get my car up and running.
Yeah.
And this is one of those things they're going to have to contend with because people have EVs, and obviously that technology is improving all the time. But that's one of the big issues is with the climate getting weirder and weirder, you're going to have places where the temperatures are either super high or super low, and neither of those is good for a battery. And so they had a reporter on the spot or whatever talking to people about how they were like, this is just a car graveyard right now because the temperatures right now in Chicago are like -12, -13 or something. And so they had people just stuck at an EV charger and they couldn't. One guy was like, I've been trying to charge my car for 3 hours and I'm still on 0%. So people were just like getting their car towed or whatever.
Y'all wanted this future.
Well, that future's coming. And I mean,
It's not affordable. Like, how do they expect people to afford an electric car?
Well, a lot of people do. You might have noticed. There's a lot of EVs out there. I mean,
they can afford it. I'm
assuming.
assuming.
There's still a lot of tax credits that go along with it, too. So there's a lot of subsidizing at the consumer level and at the manufacturer level. So, but I'm just pointing out, like, the people who have this particular fear, it's not unfounded because the weather is gonna get really weird.
So you need to have it stationed in your garage.
You got a bunch of dead robots. I mean, cars, even combustion engine car, they're seeing people kind of go back to, rather than full adoption of electric vehicles, you're seeing hybrids start to move a lot more. People feel a little bit more comfortable with that because it's best of both worlds, conceivably, rather than going all in on the EVs. But, I'm going to hang on to my car for as long as I possibly can. Because when it's time to get a new car, I'm going to have to make that decision. And hopefully by that time, in 5 or 6 years, that technology will have improved to the point where that's not really going to be something to worry about.
So if everything goes according to plan, how quickly does a vehicle, say if it's on 0, how quickly does a vehicle fully charge?
I mean, depends on the vehicle, but it can be anywhere from like 3 to 8 hours.
That's a long
Takes a long time.
Well, that's if you plug it in at an outlet in your garage. If you're at like a charging station, you can be back on the road in 20 minutes.
It goes from 0 to full in 20 minutes.
Some of these cars, as I understand it, it's not 4 hours. You're not sitting at a rest stop for 4 hours, depending on what kind of car you've got.
I had an Uber that was a EV the other day. He had like a Chevy Volt, and I was like, "How do you like it?" He's like, "Hate it."
Well, those are older though, I think.
No, he had like a newer one.
I didn't even think they were still manufacturing.
No,
they
were, and he said it actually is better driving around the city than it is on the highway. When it goes on the highway, it says it can go 200 miles, and then within like 50 miles, the battery's almost dead.
Yeah, it says Chevy Volt 2023. So
Chevy Bolt.
Bolt or Volt, one of those.
They stopped making the Volt years ago.
Okay, so it was the Bolt. It was whatever that was.
I mean, I drove a Volt the first couple of years they made it, and it was fine.
Looks like a nice car.
It was okay.
It looked nice inside and everything.
Yeah.
So this
He just was not happy with it.
Online says you can get up to 100 miles of range for every half hour. So if you charge it up for 30 minutes, that gets you about 100 miles.
Okay. Half an hour. There you go.
But that's not full. 0 to full, everything I'm seeing says 8 hours.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably plugging it in overnight. But I mean, they're also trying to get EVs to the point where they could conceivably like act as a battery pack for your house. Right? People worry about the
generator?
Yeah, like
so then your electric bill goes up.
Well, that's going to be part of anything. I mean, you're still paying per kilowatt hour when you're charging your car. Again, I don't own one of these. I'm not, obviously not an expert on it, but the story I was watching last night, the Chicago news, where they were like, yeah, these people are, one guy just called it a car graveyard. We got a bunch of robot cars out here, because even combustion engine cars, the more they become, cars are just becoming rolling computers. And you hear these horror stories of people are like, yeah, I couldn't get into my car because it was all software. You know, I told the story when we came back this summer, but one of our Uber drivers in Vegas, it was a Tesla. And he really liked it, except for whatever reason, he and his girlfriend took it to Yosemite. And they had to get towed twice. I'm like, why would you take an EV to Yosemite? Like, rent a truck or something. Well, we were going camping, and we wanted to see how it would do, is actually what he said. I said, well, I guess you found out.
Yeah, you lost that experiment.
But they wanted to see how well it would do. So
when Brian and I went on vacation last to his parents have a house in Goodyear, Arizona, we had a hybrid car that we rented, and we only had to fill it up one time, and we drove to the Grand Canyon and back. So, like, when you get going on the highway with those things, it really does save you a lot. But, I mean, we were there like a week, and we only had to fill it up once because it kept, whenever you get cruising, it runs it off electricity.
Well, I think also what Poundcake talks about, where, you know, these are only for people who can afford them, as that demand goes, which is what they're seeing, that demand goes down, that's going to make those cars cheaper. They're going to want to unload them. Because I think there's a lot of dealerships around the country that were like, we're going to order a ton of EVs, but now they're finding they're sitting on the lot because people are getting skittish.
Just a lot that goes into it, and it's like you said, there's a lot of different problems that they have.
It's kind of 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
My time is more valuable to me than the environment. Sorry.
But as the environment goes away, you'll have less time.
Well, I'll enjoy my time.
Cross that road when we get there.
Yeah.
Burn that bridge when we get to it.
It's my measly little car. I'm not doing anything. I'm just going to work and coming home. The occasional hookup every now and then. I ain't burning that much.
Gotcha.
Well, what you should be doing is using public transportation then.
You're actually getting less for your gas because you drive like a grandma on the highway.
I don't drive like a grandma. I drive the speed limit.
But he also doesn't drive on the highway very often.
Yes, I do. What are you talking about?
You don't go to the
His mom doesn't drive on the highway.
But you don't drive on the highway very often if you're just going from work
and home.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Okay, but if I'm going to my mom's house or anything else.
Right.
Do you take 2 to get home?
Yeah, the Shoreway.
Sure, yeah. Lake Road, Shoreway, whatever it is. Clifton. Is that how you go home? You don't get on 90.
Yeah, I take 90.
To get to Lakewood from here?
You take 90? You don't go down the Shoreway?
I thought you meant my mom's house. Yeah, no, I take the Shoreway home, yes.
Yeah. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how you doing, Alan?
What's up, man?
Hey, I just wanted to call. I work for an EV car company in Akron. You guys have so much info wrong.
Oh, good.
What do you got questions on? I can answer all of it.
How long does it take to go from 0 to full on a charge?
You know, it depends on the car. So, like, I own a Mini Cooper. It's fully electric, and it will full charge in about 3 hours, and it costs about 85 cents a day of Akron electricity rates to charge up. But that's like a 125-mile range. It's not a Tesla, which has a much bigger tank and thus much bigger battery, I should say, and then much longer charge time. So you're 8 hours there on the Tesla. That's correct, but there are a lot of very affordable EVs. This car is $22,000 with the federal tax credit. So I heard Poundcake say you can't afford them. This thing's dirt cheap. I drive 100 miles a day to work and back. So the EV was the right call for me. And at 85 cents a day, how do you argue with it?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Going to charge it on the street, though?
There's still a lot of subsidies
spot.
involved.
How would somebody that
so-
doesn't have access to an outlet like Poundcake? He doesn't have a parking. He doesn't have a garage. He doesn't have a parking spot. How would he be able to charge it?
There are a series of chargers all over town. I think you'd probably be surprised here, even in downtown Akron, not the most bustling metropolitan area. There are chargers downtown at RTA stations, properly downtown at lots of restaurants, lots of hotels, hospitals. They're really everywhere. Once you have the car, it's easy to find them. Even all the way up through Mayfield, I have a quick charge in Mayfield I use pretty frequently.
So wait, but then you gotta
You go to the hospital and sit there for 3 hours?
Yeah.
Well, so that's a 3-hour charge at home. If you get on like a DC fast charge, to one of your earlier comments, yeah, you can charge the car in 30 minutes.
To full.
Flat.
From zero to full.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, and a DC fast charge. Yeah.
Well,
those
okay,
are
so
limited. Truth be told, those are limited.
Chris, by your own description, those Teslas have a much bigger battery than even your car, which is the Mini Cooper. But I got on this because they were talking about a line of Teslas there in Chicago because it was negative 12, where they're just sitting there. They can't get any juice in them. I mean, that's something that people they're rightfully concerned about. Those extreme temperatures affecting
I think that's that is a very fair call. It's extreme heat and extreme cold you called out a few minutes ago. Those are going to be detriments. I'm pretty comfortable in a garage in, suburban Akron where land is cheap and houses are cheap. But, yeah, if you're in Chicago, you might be in for a rude awakening.
Because there's a lot of street parking.
A lot of parking decks. Yeah, there's a lot. I have a friend who street parks and just runs an extension cable out to his car. People mess with it about every third day.
That's what terrified me. Like a decade ago, we were more than that. We were living in Ohio City, and I was driving a Volt, and I had to run street parking on West 38th, and I'm like running an extension cord from the car to my front door, and I'm like, every morning I thought I was going to walk out there, and there was going to be a baseball bat or somebody took a bolt cutters to the extension cord. And I just got lucky that nothing like that happened, but I was just terrified every morning I was going to walk out there and see that.
Yeah, range anxiety is definitely real. That's like a real fear. I have family just outside of the range of this car, but my wife has a regular gasoline car, so between the two of us, we can always get everywhere. But that's a real concern. I think technology will catch up, as you guys mentioned. The coolest thing I think coming out right now is two-way chargers like you were talking about, which will let your EV be the power bank for your house.
Yeah.
So you lose electricity instead of having a generator. It'll just slowly draw down from the car or truck. Like the F-150 Lightning, the newer Ford electric pickup truck, that thing will reverse charge your house right out of the box. No extra tech needed. It just is a feature.
Bill, that's the same problem that a lot of cowboys have.
What's that?
Range anxiety. Hey, thank you, Chris. Okay, I appreciate it. There's Chris down there.
Chris, how easy is it to electrocute somebody with an EV? To make it look like an accident, but like
sometimes I like to do a hibachi on the engine of my car. Can I do that with a battery? Is that hard to do? Anyway, thank you, Chris. Now, granted, he's the guy out there trying to sell electric vehicles too, but I take him at his word. I mean, he's driving around in a battery-operated Mini Cooper. It's got a big key on the back. You just turn it.
It's like a wind-up car.
Yeah. You pull the plastic sawtooth ripcord underneath, and Evel Knievel jumps right over your couch. All right, I got to take a break here. You want to get the last word in? Send me a text, 35192. No Cavs basketball tonight. They'll be here at home tomorrow night to play the Bucks. You get the Corey Roddick experience on the way at 6:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free